Good evening. Let's call to order the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission meeting of March 20, 2025 at 1832. The city strongly denounces hate speech and does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. Sunnyvale prides itself on the rich diversity of our residents. We are committed to creating a culture of belonging where members of our diverse community feel included, safe, and respected. Before we get started, I'd like to remind commissioners of some procedural items for this meeting. Commissioners, it is important for the public at home and for the meeting recording that your comments are captured by a microphone. As a reminder, please use the request to speak button on your microphone and wait for acknowledgement from me before you speak. Well, not tonight because we have special microphones. No, there's no request to speak button, but acknowledgement for me is an important part of the parliamentary procedure. During the meeting, remote participants will remain muted when not speaking. If remote participants have a question or comment, please use the raise hand feature. Speakers will be called upon to speak one at a time. Members of the public may participate in person, online, or by telephone to provide public comment. Please submit a speaker card to the staff liaison in person or use the raise hand feature online to request to speak, or *9 on a telephone. Location and teleconference meeting details are available on the meeting agenda. Captions are available to viewers accessing this meeting via Zoom. Captions can be displayed or hidden using the live transcript button. Comments on matters not on the agenda must be submitted prior to the time I call the item for oral communications. Comments on agenda items must be submitted prior to the time I close the public hearing on the agenda item. Speakers are requested to keep their comments to no more than 3 minutes, and time limits will be strictly enforced. Guidelines are posted on the city's website and on the meeting agenda. Please join me in the salute to the flag. All right, staff, may we please have the roll call?
Commissioner,
when you're called, click the button to unmute yourself, and then when you're done being called, click it again to mute yourself again. So staff liaison.
Commissioner Hafen,
Here.
Commissioner Bonet,
Here.
Commissioner Melman,
Here.
Commissioner Golikata, here, Vice Chair Dave,
Here.
Chair Beagle,
Here.
Commissioner Wilson.
Here.
Thank you. 7 present.
All right. This evening, we have study session items on the agenda. First, we have 25-0495, Hollenbeck Bike Lane Study. Staff, may we have the presentation?
Yes. So tonight we have Eric, our traffic engineer from the city, and then we have Ollie from Hexagon here with us tonight. And then they will present a project overview, data analysis, preliminary alternative, and the next step for Hollenbeck Avenue Bike Lane Study.
Thanks, Tin. As Tin said, we're here to talk to present on the Hollenbeck Avenue Bike Lane Study. So the purpose of today's meeting, we're going to start with the project description. Then we're going to go on to a recap of the public outreach back in September. Then we're going to talk about, we're going to do an overview of the data analysis that we did. Afterwards, we're going to talk about the preliminary alternatives that we have prepared. Then we're going to talk about the next steps and discuss the online survey. The purpose of today's goal is to get the input of the commission and hear what the speakers have to say. Okay, project description. The project goal is to evaluate the feasibility to close the bike lane gap along Hollenbeck Avenue between Alberta Avenue and Danforth Drive. There's currently a bike gap. There is class 2 bike lanes north of Danforth Drive and south of Alberta Avenue. And so this study aims to look at the feasibility of closing this bike gap. Additionally, there are other bike facilities along the corridor that is study would help connect the network to. An overview of the existing conditions here. This is a residential collector street. We have 40-foot curb-to-curb width, typically along the section of this segment of Hollenbeck. We have one travel lane in each direction, and generally we have parking allowed on both sides of the street. There are some segments that do have parking restrictions, but there are a few in far between. And the existing uses along the corridor are mostly single-family homes, but we also have some schools, some churches, a couple of parks, a racket club, and some commercial uses. So a quick recap of the public outreach that we did back in September. I'm just going to highlight a couple of things that we heard mostly from the first round. We heard a lot about the safety-related concerns for biking. We also heard that there was a lot of need for on-street parking. We also heard that we needed more additional hours and locations of data collection for our bicyclists and for on-street parking. And there was also additional concerns of the operational issues around schools during pickup and drop-off times. Okay, now we're going to talk about data analysis. I'm going to pass it over to Ali.
Good evening. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Ali Zhou with Hexagon Transportation Consultants. I will first go through our data analysis scope. So we conducted a safety analysis based on collision history. We looked at biking patterns and bicycle volumes, as well as peak parking usage, both on street along Hollenbeck, as well as the side streets. So some of the highlights of our data analysis. First of all, here is a table showing the bike volumes along Hollenbeck Avenue, as well as the two parallel corridors, north-south parallel corridors, so Mary Avenue as well as Sunnyvale-Saratoga Road. So to highlight what this table is trying to say, the 14-hour bike volume along Hollenbeck Avenue, as you can see, is about a third of Mary Avenue and about 60–70% of Sunnyvale-Saratoga Road. However, Hollenbeck Avenue is a residential collector versus the other two are arterials. It has the lowest speed limit of 30 miles per hour, but this is the only corridor that doesn't have a bike lane. So we believe that Hollenbeck has favorable conditions for bike traveling, and therefore it is a good candidate for the feasibility study to continue. We also took a closer look at maximum on-street parking demand. We did data collection on 3 weekdays during times when the land uses along this corridor typically has the peak parking demand, as well as 2 weekend days. And to the right of the screen, this is showing the maximum on-street parking demand along Hollenbeck Avenue, as well as all of the side streets within 500 feet. As you can see, towards the northern section of this corridor, around Danforth Drive, the parking utilization is quite high. Along Hollenbeck from Torrington down to Fremont, we also observe quite high parking utilization rates, and some of the on-street parking along the side streets also had some high parking utilizations. Next, so what we want to mainly introduce to you today are the preliminary alternatives. Before I introduce them, I just want to talk about some of the general constraints that we had in developing these alternatives. So first of all, we are looking only within the existing curb-to-curb space, so we have only 40 feet generally to work with here. And for a vehicle lane, Sunnyvale's minimum width for a vehicle lane is 10 feet. For a vehicle lane with a bus route running along it, it's 11 feet. And the bus route is present along northbound Hollenbeck, only on northbound from Fremont to Remington. I also want to highlight at the bottom of this slide, there is a planned improvement in the city at Remington to install northbound and southbound left turn lanes in the future. So therefore, this study is looking at it from a perspective of not precluding the city from implementing this planned improvement in the future. So here are the 3 alternatives that were developed, and I'll go into each one in more detail right now. So the first alternative is a buffer bike lane along Hollenbeck. So this will, within the existing right-of-way, this will provide the greatest physical separation between bikes and vehicles. So generally along Hollenbeck, this alternative would allow 6 feet of bike lane with a 3 feet buffer, and then the vehicle travel lanes will be reduced down to 11 feet. There would be no on-street parking allowed along this segment as a result of this alternative. So there are some special design considerations along this corridor. We want to highlight 3 for you tonight. First one is at Remington. As I just mentioned earlier, there is the planned improvement to install northbound and southbound left turn lanes. And VTA bus does run along northbound Hollenbeck, and it makes a right turn here on Remington. So this portion here, for northbound, there won't be enough room to put in to strip in even the 5 feet minimum bike lane. So there won't be able to have a bike lane along just this section of Hollenbeck. Number 2 is at Torrington. To accommodate the bike lanes through this intersection, the left turn lanes have to be removed. Torrington is where the Challenger School is. So we took a closer look at the vehicular operations as a result of potentially removing the left turn lanes. We did not see that vehicle operations would be considerably affected. Therefore, it is possible to remove the left turn lanes. Third is at Fremont Avenue. Here, to accommodate the bike lanes through the intersection, all 4 Park Shelf Islands essentially need to be eliminated. As a result, we have the opportunity to square up the intersection and allow for bike lanes through this intersection. So there's a lot going on this slide, but this slide is talking about the on-street parking implications. So if we do this alternative, all on-street parking along Hollenbeck has to be shifted to other streets. So we took a look at, number 1, is there enough capacity along the side streets to accommodate the on-street parking demand? The answer is yes. However, with that, for most of these segments, people need to walk somewhere between 2 to 4 minutes to get to where they would have to park. But the 3 sections shaded in gray here, people from where they can find parking on the side streets to where they want to go would be about 6 to 7 minutes. So we wanted to highlight that for you. Alternative 1 also brings safety benefits. So the reduced lane width from 12 plus feet down to about 10 to 11 feet is effectively narrowing the travel lane width, and therefore there are speed reduction potentials that comes with it. And also there are bicycle safety improvements because we are providing a physical separation as well as a buffer from vehicles. And then because all on-street parking will be removed, there will be no parking interference along Hollenbeck. So that was the first alternative. The second alternative is a bike lane with parking on one side. This alternative is designed to provide a designated bike facility, but also maintain some parking on street. Now, with this alternative, we did not want to have people crossing Hollenbeck Avenue so much as to be able to retain the parking within the same side of Hollenbeck. So therefore, instead of having just parking on one side entirely, we decided to have parking basically alternating between the east side of Hollenbeck versus the west side of Hollenbeck. So this is an example of what that could look like. So right now along Wolf Road, south of El Camino Real, this is exactly how the street is laid out. So as you can see on the bottom, the orange areas are where on-street parking is located. And if you take a closer look at the vehicle travel lane, it is meandering through the Wolf Road as a result of having the on-street parking along different sides at different times. So this allows each side of Hollenbeck to have some on-street parking for them to be able to park there. Now, this is just an illustration of what alternative 2 could look like. So blue is where on-street parking will be retained. And I want to highlight the black boxes here. So whenever you have a shift from the east side to the west side and vice versa, we need to have a transition zone for the vehicle lanes to basically move within the roadway. So there won't be able to have any on-street parking within the transition zones as a result. And then for this alternative, the same three intersection considerations apply here as well at Remington, Torrington, and Fremont as alternative one. And as I mentioned, for this alternative, whenever we have a transition zone, we lose on-street parking along both sides. So there are different design trade-offs, but we're trying to maintain some on-street parking for the people who live along Hollenbeck, but also minimize the need for people to have to cross Hollenbeck Avenue, try to maintain parking along the same side as much as we can. So here are the parking implications. The lighter color shows that the maximum parking displays is 1 to 5 vehicles, and the darker color shows that there are more parking that will be displaced. It's about 5 to 7 vehicles. And generally along this, with this alternative, the walking time to available parking is between 2 to 4 minutes. And then this alternative also brings some safety benefits. First of all, as alternative one, it does reduce the travel lanes down from the existing 12 plus feet down to about 10 to 11 feet. And also this also introduces another traffic calming benefit because we're introducing a lateral shift along the roadway. This has been proven to have speed reduction potentials as well. Also, it does have bicycle safety benefits because it does provide a designated bike lane for bicycles to travel along this corridor. It reduces parking interference. It does not completely eliminate it, as opposed to alternative one, but there are reduced parking interference along this corridor. Lastly, alternative three is a variation of existing conditions. This is where there will be no bike lanes along the corridor. On-street parking will be retained as is, but we will implement class 3 bike route with signs and striping along this corridor. So as a result, no parking displaced, no additional bicycle safety benefits, no speed reduction benefits along with it. So to summarize very quickly, alternative one was a buffer bike lane. Alternative two was a bike lane with parking on one side, alternating east versus west side. Alternative three was to maintain existing conditions and implement class 3 bike route. Now, in terms of maintaining the on-street parking supply, alternative three has the highest benefit because it does not eliminate any on-street parking versus alternative one where it eliminates all on-street parking. In terms of the potential reduction in vehicle speeds, alternative two is ranked the highest in terms of benefit because it has a lateral shift component to it, whereas alternative one does not. But it does also bring moderate benefits as well. In terms of the improved bike safety and comfort, alternative one has the highest benefit because it not only provides a designated bike lane, but it also provides the buffer, the 3 feet buffer where there is available right of way for it. However, in terms of the implementation cost, both alternative one and alternative two are preliminarily estimated at around $2 million to $4 million. And this is primarily due to the intersection improvement needed at at Fremont to remove the pork chop island to square out the intersection. So we're talking major intersection improvement at this point. So I also wanted to introduce where we are in the study process and where we're going. So today we're at the second BPAC meeting. We're in the midst of the second round of community outreach. We have already done the second community meeting, was it 2 or 3 weeks ago? And then we have also met with the institution commercial owners along this corridor and gather their feedback. We'll go to City Council for a study session in May. And then after we gather all the inputs, we will refine the alternatives and then come back to BPAC for a recommendation. And then we'll go to City Council for a hearing later in this year. Finally, as Eric mentioned, there is an online survey that is open right now until the end of March. You can scan the QR code to fill out the survey, or you can also visit the project webpage to find the survey link. We strongly recommend the commissioners, the members of the public, anybody online to fill out the survey and provide your input for us. That's all we have for you today. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the presentation. As a reminder to my colleagues, okay, the script is inaccurate for this room. I'm going to call, I'm going to look at the hands that are raised on the Zoom feature. So raise your hands on Zoom. I will go through the raised hands in order and call on you. At that time, you will click the button to unmute yourself. And then when you're done speaking, click it again to mute yourself again. It is important for the public at home and for the meeting recording that your comments are captured by your microphone. Once finished speaking, please mute your microphone. At this time, are there any questions from the commissioners? And going down the list of raised hands, we have Commissioner Melman first.
Yes, firstly, thank you for your presentation. I do appreciate the work you've done. I do have some questions. With regard to the safety analysis, what period was that safety analysis covering?
I believe that goes from 2018 to 2022, the most recent 5-year period collision data that we could get our hands on.
Okay, and these collisions were strictly vehicle collisions?
No, we looked at all collisions, vehicles, bicycles, pedestrians, all collisions that were reported.
Okay, and what is the breakdown between vehicle collision versus vehicle cyclist collision? Since that is one of the key considerations we have.
It is on the presentation, or do you have it right with you? Yeah. Sorry, I do not have the exact breakdown of vehicle versus bike, but I do know that we have 5 bicycle collisions along this corridor within the 5-year period. 2 were at intersections and 3 were mid-block.
And of those 5 collisions, do you know how many were cited at fault of the cyclist or the driver?
We do have the police reports. I do not have the data with me today, but we do, from what I have with me today, the 2 at the collisions at the intersections, they were due to right-of-way yielding. And then the 3 at mid-block, 2 of them were due to collisions with parked vehicles, and 1 was an unsafe lane change. But I do have the police reports. I will gather that data and put it in the final memo.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to see the breakdown of those specific collisions. The other question is were there any pedestrian and vehicle interactions at any of the safety analysis?
I have to go back and take a look, but if my memory serves me well, I do not believe there were any. But,
Okay.
yeah.
With respect to the Hollington and Hollenbeck and Remington left lane design, do we have the design plan for that intersection?
No, we don't have the design plans for that yet. That's just something that has been conditioned previously.
Has a design plan been forwarded for that intersection change? I mean, has it been approved? Is there a project approved for the specific, is it in planning phases or what?
It's the planned improvements that the city has on record, but then it's not an actual project yet, so we don't have any conceptual design for it.
Okay, so there's no actual design for the intersection change, it's just a project.
It
saying
was
we
just
want
something
left
that
turn
was
lanes.
identified as a need.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my question would be is since we don't have a design for that intersection, how can we plan for vehicle and cyclist interactions when the bike lane disappears at that intersection?
So what we're looking at is the existing curb to curb, and then also looking at what the planned improvement would be, and to determine what we could fit within the existing curb to curb.
Okay, so, but we don't have any planned improvement. We just have, the existing curb to curb.
We do know that in the future, we do want to implement to provide a left turn lane for vehicles. So that is the future improvement that we're considering.
I presume that left turn lane would be for vehicles and cyclists.
Yes, it will be for both for both vehicles and bicyclists.
Okay, my concern is, it's a project plan, but I'm not certain how it would interact with this plant project because we don't have information on it and the city doesn't seem to have an actual design plan for it, other than saying we want left turn lanes.
Yes, so looking at the existing curb to curb, we have about 40 feet, and based on one travel lane for the other direction, like let's say we're looking at the south leg, so if we're looking at one southbound lane and then a northbound through lane and a left turn lane, so that's 3 travel lane. And so based on that dimension and existing curb to curb, then we kind of look at how much remaining space there are and determine what we can implement.
So were alternative one approved by the city council and which would occur first? The intersection left turn changes, proposed project, or has that already been funded, or?
So it is partially funded, and also that we are trying to provide an alternative that would not preclude us from implementing that improvement in the future.
Okay, and then the parking utilization. With regards to the parking utilization, who is the primary utilizer of the parking? Is it for retail? Is it for residents? Is it, what areas have the densest parking? If you could, I guess, on the slides, I didn't see where the existing parking seemed to be utilized the most or the least, and so it's kind of hard to understand utilization.
Yeah, thank you. We were only able to count how many vehicles were there. We do not know why, those cars are parked there or who is parking there. But they, for example, Danforth's drive on the side streets, that's where the Cumberland School is. So presumably that could be the school, the school parents that are parking there. But at nighttime, if anybody is parking along this corridor, then that could indicate it's either residents along Hollenbeck or residents near Hollenbeck that is parking along this corridor.
And
But-
what time of the day is using the highest utilization of parking? Do we know?
Yeah, it's so along Hollenbeck it's usually at nighttime. So we counted during the midnight hours. So that's when you basically only have residential parking at that time.
Okay. Do
Yeah.
we know what the difference is with parking utilization during daytime hours?
Yes, we have that data. I do not have that data with me, but we do have that data. It is, there are some segments that are lower. Now, what we have shown here is the maximum parking for any time period when we counted it. So yeah, there are times when it's lower than this.
Okay. Are there any retail centers along the stretch of Hollenbeck on the proposed project area?
Yes, there are along both the east side and the west side south of Fremont. There are some retail spaces, and it's minor retail commercial spaces. They all have their own on-street parking spaces.
Okay. And are there any parks that are along the specific stretch of the proposed project area?
There is the Sarah Park that is south of the proposed study corridor. So Alberta is our limit, and then there's a Sarah Park. There is no on-street parking currently allowed along Hollenbeck on the southbound side along Hollenbeck near Sarah Park right now already.
Okay. I'm seeing. So on alternative 2, you're proposing 5 to 6 foot bike lanes. Is that including the gutter?
Yes, and I want to say we are proposing 6 feet bike lanes wherever we can. It's only where we do not have the space to provide the 6 feet that we have to drop it down to the minimum 5 feet.
And with respect to alternative 2, how much of the parking are you trying to preserve?
So roughly speaking, because we haven't finalized the design yet, we can preserve about, I believe it's a little bit less than half of the on-street parking.
Slightly less than half.
Slightly less than half, yes.
Okay. I'm just checking my notes here. I think that was it with respect to my questions. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. And hope if I have any more, I'll let you know.
Could you lower your hand? Okay, perfect. Yeah, yep. Okay, and then next up we have Commissioner Bonet.
Again, thank you for the presentation and the data. Those are both very valuable to have together. In a follow-up to my fellow commissioner's question, you said you collected data at midnight to get an idea of the maximum parking. Was this a single event, or did you collect on multiple times? I'm curious about the standard deviation of your data.
Yeah, so we did 3 weekdays as well as 2 weekend days. We did 2 hours during the midnight hours and then 4 hours during the daytime. So during the weekdays, it was in the afternoon time because we wanted to capture the school's usage of on-street parking. And then during the weekend, we also counted around lunchtime when the parking usage is the highest.
Very good. And a question on, again, the follow-up on the left turn lanes that are possibly a nebulous plan, but not yet taking shape. Is it possible to reallocate the partial funding already allocated to this nebulous plan for use on this plan that we're considering here?
No, that is not possible because these are collected for a specific project, so we cannot allocate them to a different project.
What happens if that specific project is canceled?
Well, what happened if it's canceled? We are not looking at canceling it, and then if it is canceled, then we need to work with our Department of Office of City Attorney to determine what we could do on our side, because it's not only reallocated back the funding back to whoever contributed, but there's also other like CEQA requirements associated to it.
And then back to your design question, did you look into adding for option 1, in the 3-foot buffer, did you look into adding any sort of physical barrier, or is this a 3-foot paint buffer between cars and bikes?
Yeah, currently we are only doing a 3 feet painted buffer. I understand the city does not allow for class 4 bike lanes right now, but also because this corridor is mainly residential, there are a lot of driveways along this corridor, so that makes having a class 4 bike lane very challenging.
Is it challenging because class 4 bike lane implies a continuous barrier, or could it be piecewise?
So because of the amounts of driveways, because it is along a single-family corridor mostly, so there's really frequent driveways. And in order to put in barriers in between, we have to allow for space for vehicles to get in and out of each of the driveways. So the amount of barriers that we could put in is very limited just because of how frequent the driveways are.
Sure, I understand if the barrier is a long concrete object, but what if it's a flexible post, as one sees in the center of some lanes to reduce vehicle speed?
It is still the same concern that we would have.
It is what, a concern?
Yeah, it is.
Because it would impede vehicle traffic, or what is the concern?
It's the movement that would go in and out of the driveways.
Yeah, but a driveway doesn't cover all 50 feet of the typical lot width. A driveway is perhaps half of that. And unless 2 driveways are always equally spaced, this does imply that there's room in between 2 driveways of roughly 50 feet for such a flexible barrier, doesn't it?
Probably not that much. There are like the number of freeways along the corridor, it's really high just because they're all mostly single-family homes.
Yes, I see that.
I'd like to add to that we have engineering standards that we use for turning radiuses of typical vehicles for various uses. And so if we were considering this, it's something we could consider, but if we were considering this, we would figure out what the most typical vehicle size and the turning radius for them to both get in and out of any given driveway. And once you start looking at that, at the distance out that these barriers would be, which will be, if it's a 6-foot bike lane and another 1.5 feet for the middle of the barrier, you imagine you're turning in a vehicle, that's a wide turn there. So we would have to measure that at each and every driveway. For driveways in your example that are 50 feet apart, we might be able to get one delineator in between there. And then the effectiveness of having a continuous barrier kind of is lessened. That's not to say that we couldn't consider it. We just are not currently proposing that because we think that the quantity that we could put in from an engineering standard practice perspective would be pretty minimal.
And then back to the design and the potential impact on parking. Is there a guideline for inconvenience? For example, I noted that you estimated that a relocation of parking from Hollenbeck to the off-street streets could result in a walk of up to 6 or 7 minutes in the longest case. So is there a guideline for threshold of pain? And given that the city advocates active transportation, what's the objection to asking for a walk after parking?
Yeah, I don't think the city has any guidelines on walking. I think we were just presenting the amount of walking distance, based on the average walking speed, just to have like an impact on what the parking restrictions would be, not necessarily to compare it to any sort of guideline that the city has.
And then moving on to alternative 2, have either of you biked down Hollenbeck at nighttime, 8 in the morning, 5:30 in the afternoon?
I have not.
Unfortunately, I was in a bike collision before, and I've been forbidden to bike. But
Oh.
either case,
Sorry to hear that.
I just want to say that whether we bike along this corridor or not, it's our personal anecdote and would not affect our analysis one way or the other. But I did drive down the corridor at a very low speed many times, midnight as well as during daytimes.
The reason I ask is I've biked down it under various conditions too, and I'm curious whether your observations are influencing a preference for one option or the other, but that we can get into in the comment section. Also, given that state law now allows arbitrary crossing of streets, and therefore putting parking on only one side would require those who live on the other side to cross at any point. Is this then an option which you considered, and would the ramifications for speed reduction be desirable, or would the inconvenience of crossing the road, when it's busy, I imagine it's quite difficult. What was the thinking behind the alternate parking versus only on one side?
Yeah, so the thinking behind that is alternative 1, people not only have to park along the side streets, sometimes they have to park along the side streets on the other side to be able to find the available parking and then cross Hollenbeck to be able to get to their homes if they live along Hollenbeck. So we already have an alternative where we require people to cross along Hollenbeck. So the thinking behind alternative 2 is we wanted to have an alternative where people who are parking did not need to cross across Hollenbeck at mid-blocks. So it's just different trade-offs for different alternatives.
All right. And then the last question, and thank you for also including the estimated cost of these. That made me wonder, does the city have an estimate of a cost per collision event, be it car to car, car to bicycle, car to collision? What's the cost to the city of a single event? And then second, I think I recall reading that the US government, for statistical purposes, values a human life at around $2 million. This was some years ago, so maybe it's a little higher now. That would imply that alternative one, even maybe $2 to $4 million, if one saves 1 or 2 lives, is a bargain. So please address these cost questions.
To clarify, did you want us to answer that question right now? Or is that for us to answer when we come back?
If you have an estimate for the impact, the financial impact to the city of any given collision event, whether it's on this road or another, that would be interesting information as one weighs the cost of these alternatives. And especially that you presented now the collision history here.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. As of tonight, this team of folks does not have that kind of data. We can loop around with DPS to see if they collect and gather or have any understanding of data such as that. But as part of Public Works, we do not calculate that data. But we will look into it, and when we come back, if we have any findings, we'll share that.
Thanks very much. That concludes my questions.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have Commissioner Vice Chair Dave.
Thank you for the work you've done. I hope we get to have some of your alternatives. My 2 questions. One is, I think I heard that the left turn lanes were to help support bus turning at that area. Did I mishear?
Could you clarify which left turn lane you're talking at Remington?
Yes.
The left turn lanes are a planned improvement, like the city mentioned. There is a bus lane along northbound Hollenbeck, and that bus makes a right turn onto Remington at that location.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I know if it's the bus that I'm thinking it is, it serves Fremont High School and is extremely necessary to continue where it is. And then my other question is, in your presentation, did you talk about the amount of vehicle traffic on each of the roads? I did see that you had bicycle traffic noted.
We did collect daily vehicular traffic along Hollenbeck Avenue, and that will be part of our, final deliverable to the city. Along Mary Avenue and Sunnyvale, Saratoga, I do not have vehicular data right now. No, we did not collect any of that.
Okay, that precludes my follow-up question. I would just like to inform you that I have biked that road many times trying to help my kids bike safely to Fremont. And I appreciate it would be made more safe for bicycles. Thank you.
Next up, we have Commissioner Golakota.
Thank you, Chair Begill. Thank you so much for your presentation. And I also appreciate the city staff for all the public outreach that they've done. Really thorough presentation in a lot of ways. I'm kind of curious, after you've sought 2 or 3 sessions of public feedback, has that been summarized in any way for us?
We currently are working on putting together public outreach summary, and that will be included in the final report.
Okay, thank you. My second question is, while you were presenting, I sort of remember you saying something that there are some stretches where bike lanes cannot fit. What are those intersections?
Yeah, the only one location where bike lane would not be able to fit is at Remington because of the planned left turn improvements.
After the left turn is put
After
in?
the left turn is put in, right, there wouldn't be enough room to put in the minimum 5 feet bike lanes.
But currently, if one of these alternatives were to go in effect, then we will have space for the bike lanes?
The design would not have the bike lane there because we cannot preclude the city from being able to put in the left turn lanes in the future.
So in theory, then the bikes and that would be a shared lane. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. My third question is the longer stretches where people have to walk a lot after parking, are they the stretch between Danforth and Howard? Is that one of the sections?
Correct. Yes, that is one of the sections.
And we are not considering the section between Remington and Howard as another section because there's Knickerbocker in between. Is that correct?
Could you clarify what do you mean by not considering bike lane is along the
I'm trying
road?
to understand which are the longer stretches,
Okay.
longest stretches. I mean,
Got it. Okay.
by distance that don't have. I mean, if we remove parking entirely, then what would they be?
Yeah.
The section between Howard and Remington, we will not consider it to be a longer section because there's Knickerbocker Drive in between and people can park there, correct?
Correct. Yes, there is Knickerbocker between Harvard and Remington that breaks up the section.
And I think in slide number 17, you also mentioned that, in the boxes, you've mentioned that around Fremont, there will be difficulty. There will be a 6 to 7 minute walk. Where are the vehicles going to be parked for this section?
Yeah, so this is a section that's north of Fremont. And as you can see, parking is pretty full on Conway on Vanderbilt. So potentially they will need to walk south of Fremont to find parking.
Is there any bus stop right there that can obstruct the bike lane there?
Along northbound, I believe there is a bus stop. I have to take a closer look at exactly where the bus stop is. It's escaping my memory right now. Yeah, there is one just north of Fremont.
Okay. And Dallas and Alberta, am I pronouncing Dallas right? I don't know. Is that where the Alberta and Dallas will probably be the lines where the parking would get readjusted if parking were to be completely removed there? Is that correct? The third section, Fremont
Yeah.
and Alberta.
Uh-huh.
So the parking, we are expecting that that people would park on Dallas and Alberta, right? If we remove parking in the stretch.
Yes. Yeah. And both streets are quite full already as is. So there is a chance that they might have to walk further to potentially, I believe, chain to find parking.
And I've noticed when I've gone to Sarah Park that many people also park on Dallas when they go to Sarah Park because Sarah Park has a very small parking lot. So are you confident that these the parking spaces that if removed will find spaces to park on Dallas or Alberta?
So it might have to be a combination of Alberta, the Dallas, as well as Cheyenne for all the people who need to find parking to find it. We do have the exact numbers of the maximum parking demand in our deliverables, and then you can see exactly how many spaces each street can accommodate.
Okay.
Yeah.
And sorry, I do want to add on Hollenbeck along Sarah Park, there is currently no parking allowed.
Along Hollenbeck, yeah, on going down south.
Correct.
There's no parking allowed, but there's parking on the other side of the street going south. So that's the section that they pointed out that it would take 6 to 7 minute walk for anybody needing parking if they were parking there and they need parking. So, yeah. And I'm just curious, like, I mean, I've seen sections where there are bus stops, then it's a shared bike lane. That's what happens, like along Holland back. I know we have like 13 buses going during the day.
Yeah, VTA has design guidelines on how to treat it when it's next to a bus stop. So it could just be a bus. So we'll follow the VTA guidelines to design that, basically.
What happens to a biker when a bus stops? Then do they stop behind the bus, or do they take the, do they get into the car lane to bike along? What's the rule?
I do not know what is the rule for that, or
This is assuming there is no bus, there's no bike lane, is that correct?
So if the bus were to stop along the corridor where the bike lane is supposed to be,
Mhm.
I mean, you should definitely have a spot where people can get off and get on, right? So what happens in those areas if a biker is in his bike lane and the bus is obstructing his way, his or her way?
My understanding is that the bicyclists have an option to wait for the bus to finish with the stop, or in all cases, the bicyclists could also use the travel lane as that's allowed, that's legal.
So will that be considered a shared lane then along the area where the bus stop is for bicyclists?
No, it won't become a share lane. It will be a choice for the bicyclists to remain in the bike lane, or if they want to travel on the travel lane.
Okay. I think those are all my questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have Commissioner Hickman.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation and thanks for getting it to us early so we could study it a little bit. I have a few questions here. First of all, in your examination of parking utilization, did you do any studies on utilization of the driveways of the homes? Previous studies that I've been in, I'm not part of, but I've been on BPAC. We had that information about the utilization of driveways. And I just wondered if you collected any of that information.
yes, this data was collected and it will be shared as part of the final deliverable. However, we did not consider the driveways to be available for those on-street parking to park in, simply because we do not know if people who park on-street currently belong to any homes along Hollenbeck. So we cannot make that assumption that they will drive onto somebody's driveway to park.
But it seems like in pure residential areas, especially at night, maybe if they have a lot of visitors, the visitors are visiting homes. I mean, you're not going to park there and walk a mile to a store or something. So they're parking there because they're doing something with a home. And the question is, how many people who own a car that could park it on the driveway are choosing to park on the street instead because the parking's free? Seems like that'd be a piece of data that could be really valuable in trying to make this trade-off.
Yeah.
Okay, my second question is, you went from a situation where there's no parking to a situation where you go between both sides of the streets with some of the switching happening mid-block. Did you look at a situation where switching could only occur at four-way intersections? Because a lot of the hazard associated with that switch, if it can be confined to an intersection, well, intersections already got a lot of different traffic actions happening and people are more aware. Where mid-block, you've got the issue of drivers a little bit asleep, doesn't get over in time, that kind of stuff. Did you look at that at all?
Yeah, so like I said, there's probably a million different ways that alternative two can be designed. However, one design constraint that we have is the intersection, the striping has to be lined up when you get to the intersection. So the switch either needs to happen right before you get to the intersection or right after you get to the intersection. And then there are some further spaces that you lose if you do it, right where the intersection is. But there are switches that we have in alternative two that's happening at the intersections. Now, the switches that are happening mid-block, those are more along the longer segments where we want to provide people on either side an opportunity to have some parking along their side of Hollenbeck. There are different trade-offs. If we don't have those switches, one side has more parking than the other side. We might have more people needing to cross along Hollenbeck, but you do end up with more on-street parking. So there are many different ways that we can do this. So this is just one design that we have. And we are looking for feedback on if for alternative two as well on how alternative two should be designed.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
And did you do any study on the speeds of cars? We know what the speed limit is, but what's the actual speeds that people are driving?
Yeah, we did speed collection along Hollenbeck as well. The 85th percentile speed is around 35 miles per hour. The 50th percentile speed is right at 30 miles per hour.
And the speed limit's 25, isn't it?
Speed limit is 30.
Speed limit's 30?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think that concludes my questions this time.
Great, thank you. Next up, we have Commissioner Wilson.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. That's very nice. You had a lot of data there, and it got a little tough to follow, but I think I got a bit of a handle on it. So with alternative number one, I noticed that you've mentioned that the width of the bike lane might vary by up to a foot. But the buffer would be preserved. Is there a consideration of preserving the full lane width and removing the buffer when needed?
Sorry, could you expand on that a bit? Do you mean preserving the travel lane?
The bicycle lane width. I know that the travel lane is specified as 10 to 11 feet, and then the bike lane is 5 to 6 feet. So in the case that you don't have enough space for the bike lane and the buffer and the travel lane, would you consider removing the buffer but keeping the bike lane at no less than 6 feet?
So the bike lane and the buffer can be fit pretty much across the entire Hollenbeck mid-block because it's 40 feet wide and you have enough room for that. Where it goes down to 5 feet is really at the intersections, especially if you have left turn lanes without the bus lane. That's when you can only fit in the 5 feet bike lane and there is no buffer, no room for the buffer there at all. So that's where the 5 to 6 feet comes in. It's not a trade-off between the buffer and the bike lane.
Okay, thank you. Good to know. All right. And then can you show the map of alternative two again? I'm curious as to, I think you mentioned it, but how many transitions are there along the length of the study zone when you're swapping one side to the other?
I count 13.
And is there interest in implementing alternative two such that the parking zone and transitions only occur such that they overlap with the portions of the study zone where we know parking utilization is already greater than 80%? Because from the maps that you've shown, it seems like for the most of the extent in the study zone, parking utilization along Hollenbeck is 20% or less, but there are a few very high trafficked areas. So could you preserve, do alternative two in the high traffic zone and then alternate one in the remaining, which I think would be the majority of the distance, but the other portion, kind of do a hybrid option?
If I understand correctly, so for alternative two, you're asking for the areas where parking is high utilization, don't have the transition, but have the transition in between where parking utilization is low. Is that?
I'm not super concerned with the specific of the transition, but I'm concerned with the fact that so far we're looking at having either zero parking on the street at all or 50%, alternative two, which is 50% of the existing level on the entire study zone. But since we know that there really are, I think it's 2 high parking utilization zones, why not just put the switch back and forth parking, single lane of parking, alternative two, in those 2 zones and make alternative 1 for all the rest of the stretch in the study area?
Yeah, that is a consideration we can take back with us.
Because then you don't get anywhere near 50% of the existing number of parking spaces, but then you do reduce the amount of swaps back and forth of the bicycle lane. You do allow for some parking where people are likely to be most upset that it disappears. And then you also preserve the safety for the vast majority of the total study area, which should be, and then alternative 1 and 2 have similar costs as well. So I think, doing one versus the other doesn't appear to be a huge difference, but there is a major difference in parking and also safety. So that's why I consider those to be different there.
Yeah, it's something we can look at.
And do you also have any comparative information about bicycle lanes as implemented on high residential neighborhood streets like Mary, or I'm wondering, has this played out? We know the bicycle community is very upset about Wolf in particular with the switching back and forth and how that might be difficult for them to navigate. But from previous rollouts of bike lanes in primarily residential neighborhoods, has there been, what do you think you might expect if this is implemented as option 1 with absolutely zero parking? In that case, do you have any comparative examples that you could consult to predict the fallout?
I believe Mary Avenue has bike lanes and on-street parking on both sides. So it's
not
wide enough to
exactly
accommodate both versus Hollenbeck, which is not.
So this would be the first, not quite arterial, but high traffic zone that doesn't have any parking anymore, wouldn't have any parking anymore.
One of the location I could think of is Maud Avenue, between Borregas and Fair Oaks, where on-street parking were removed to install bicycle facilities.
Right.
Mhm.
There's not quite as much directly residential housing on Maud, and there are occasionally stopped cars.
Yeah, there are some single-family homes as well as multifamily homes along Maud.
Yeah, there are a couple. And of course, there's the Javik Apartments, like lots of larger facilities, but fewer single homes with a driveway that goes straight into the roadway. But I acknowledge it's a similar enough case. Yeah, sure. That concludes my questions. Thank you.
All right, next up, we have no more hands. So I have a couple questions. Now it's, I didn't lower it. Okay. Now we have Commissioner Melvin's hand again. We'll go back to her.
You haven't had any chance to ask any of your questions first. Do you? If you have questions, you go first, and then mine would go next.
Sure, I guess I can go. I'm not in a rush to ask them, but I have questions. Okay. All right. So I want to talk about the left turn lanes onto, I believe it's Remington, right? Those are under consideration in this design because of the downtown specific plans EIR, right? They were outlined in that document.
Yeah, that improvement was identified as part of that.
How, I want to discuss those just a bit. Like, how binding is the work to install those lanes? Because it's in the EIR, I believe it's kind of considered like a formal, like this has to be done at some point, right? What would it take for council to say, actually, no, we don't want to do these because we don't think the original rationale is valid anymore? You'd have to redo the whole environmental report?
We do need to redo the environmental report, correct?
And so it'd be the whole document, not just a little section, or like how much?
It will be some form of amendment. I'm not sure entirely what, like how involving it might be, but it would require an amendment to the existing adopted EIR.
Okay. And what was the rationale for putting it in there in the first place? It was because the city was anticipating increased traffic on the corridor at some point?
That is correct. And then with the increase in traffic, having a separated left turn lane would provide safety benefit to driver, basically all users along the at that location.
Where was the increase in traffic expected to come from? Like, why was the city anticipating this in the first place?
We're looking at like a future conditions where we're not only looking at downtown, future increase in downtown area traffic, but then also basically like any destination that would use that corridor. So it is any of the planned improvements within the city that would potentially use that location, as well as any of the through traffic that might use that location.
Okay, when this future traffic was anticipated, did that current understanding of the street have the installation of bike lanes in mind at the time, or was it anticipated that there would be no bike lanes and it would just remain?
It is anticipated there will be no bike lane, and in the ATP, it wasn't anticipating that a bike facility will be installed on this corridor.
So it's potential, there's potential that the installation of bike lanes here could induce more bike traffic and lead to less car traffic, negating the necessity of the installation of the turn lanes? That's a possibility, right?
I don't know how to respond to that question without actually looking at the analysis.
Okay. Then can we go to slide 17? Get that on the screen. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Okay, I just have a couple questions about the information that's being relayed here. So we have these boxes that indicate increased walking time. So along Sarah Park at the bottom right, no parking is allowed on half the street, right? So these residences are already used to limited traffic or limited parking space supply, right?
Correct.
Okay. So the impact of these changes would be, I guess, for this section, it'd be a little bit different than the impact of the other sections, just because residents are already kind of used to trying to hunt for parking. It might become a bit more pronounced if they lose the remaining parking in that section, but, okay. The more data-driven question I have is, how many residents in the entire corridor will lose direct access to the public property street parking? How many residences face the street that currently have parking in front of them? What's the total count of houses, I guess?
I don't have that count, but I can count it.
Okay. Well, if I could get the count, that'd be great, but you'd know the order of magnitude. Is it like between 50 and 100, 100 and 200, 1,000? I'm sure it's not 1,000, but like how many residences are we talking? Off a ballpark number.
I would rather count it and tell you.
All right. Well, where I'm going with this is it's, in the grand scheme of things, not that large of a number compared to the daily users of the corridor, even for the current bike users. I believe it was a couple hundred bike users per day in the corridor, which is going to be at least roughly equal to the number of residences. So we're weighing the cost benefits of two groups of people that probably have some overlap as well, but okay. Yeah. So I'm just wondering, like, oh, I had a question here. Okay, well, that was the question, and then I was kind of transitioning to a comment. But I'll resurface my comments at the comment section. Then for the circled sections, do you have the number of residents, the count of the number of those residences? Like for the section between Alberta and the Dalles that we're concerned about 6 to 7 minutes of walking time, do you know how many residences that is?
I will definitely count it, but I don't have that right with me.
Okay, well, I counted that one. It's just 8
Okay.
houses. So there are 8 residences that were concerned about 6 or 7 minutes of walking time, which seems to be like a small number. Okay, then you said you didn't count the driveway utilization, or you did count the driveway utilization, but you don't have the data available to us tonight?
Not tonight, but generally, the driveway utilization was relatively high as well. But yeah,
Okay.
we can present that.
Okay. The city has zoning requirements that requires a garage and a driveway, right?
This is a complicated question to answer. So we do have requirement, but then at the same time, it also depends on when the house was constructed. So what the law was at the time. And at the same time, we are in an era where we have housing laws that are changing and that are reducing some of the parking requirements.
Okay. But a safe assumption is that the majority of these residences have a garage and have a driveway, right?
I think we can assume that. But then whether it is always a 2-car garage or 2 uncovered parking spaces, I can't tell. And I don't know for sure in terms of, because that would depend on what the law is when the houses were constructed.
Okay. All right, shifting away from parking, more to the design of the lanes. We're talking about like 10 to 11 foot travel lane widths. Which sections would not be able to have 10-foot lanes?
The section along northbound Hollenbeck from Fremont to Remington, where there is a VTA bus.
Okay, so that's where it's 11, and then for the
Yes.
rest of the corridor, the recommendation is that it'll be 10?
Yes,
So even
We
if
can-
there's space for a wider lane, it's gonna be as narrow as possible?
we can design for 10 feet lanes.
Okay. And then the last question I have is, was it even considered to turn the road? So we have 2 competing like goals here. We have bicycle lanes and safety there, and then the parking for the residents. Was it considered to make the road one way to account for bidirectional bike lanes and maintaining parking? Like, I don't know if that's something the city ever considers. It's just to get rid of a direct travel direction.
It was not part of a consideration. Like if we're really are considering one way, there would be a whole different type of analysis that need to be done.
Okay. And then I guess I'll save that for a comment. Okay, that is the end of my questions. Commissioner Millman, you have your hand back up, so I'll go to you.
With respect to the left turn lane design on Remington and Hollenbeck, is that a controlled intersection, or is it 4-way stops or 2-way stops? What's the intersection design?
It is an existing signalized intersection.
Okay, because I was looking at the image that was enclosed and I don't see a signal there. So the planned addition of left turns, I don't see any signals actually on the picture, the satellite picture that was provided. So on slide 16. The planned addition of left turns.
I can confirm it is a signal intersection. When you look at it from an aerial, the mast arms are quite small, so they might just disappear. But yeah, it is signalized.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it is signalized.
Yes.
Okay. And then with respect to the intersection of Torrington and Hollenbeck, is that a signalized intersection as well?
Yes.
Okay. And so in order for alternative 1 to be considered, we would have to remove the left turn lanes at that location for what reason?
Because if you don't remove the left turn lanes there, it is the same narrative as Remington, where You cannot have bike lanes along both sides because you have two travel lanes. One travel lane has bus lane on it, so it has to be 11 feet wide. So from a right-of-way perspective, it just doesn't work to have the left turn lane there and have bike lanes.
Okay. As a signalized intersection, would one of the design considerations include a bike left turn lane box for alternative one?
You refer to a two-way, two-stage turn
No,
boxes?
I'm talking about a green box to permit cyclists to turn left, if that was the design.
So are you referring to the two-stage, or are you referring to green, like at the front of the?
Well, since I can't see whether, okay, so on the proposed, the planned addition of left turns, would that be a two-stage left turn or would it be a one-stage left? I mean, because you're telling me it's a signalized intersection, and you're going to add left turn lanes there, right? So how would that be accomplished?
Sorry, we're getting rid of the left turn lanes there.
No, I'm talking about the Remington,
Remington.
Hollenbeck intersection, the planned addition.
I mean, like we mentioned, currently we don't have a design plan for it. Like we know that what we wanted to implement a left turn in the future. So, and we haven't looked into as part of that.
Yes, so a two-stage would be a left turn signal first and then a blocked left turn and you would have straightaway, correct?
I think the short answer to your question, and correct me if this isn't the answer, is that location, the left turn additions at Remington,
Yeah,
excuse me, is not in design. It's not something that we have firm plans about right now, but that does not mean that we couldn't achieve something like you're asking. I think at the time of the design of that addition of left turn lanes, we would look at the options for bicycle movements there, whether it be a two-stage or whether it be the green box just in the left turn lane, whatever the case may be. None of that has been decided and none of that is being proposed as part of
no,
this project.
I want to know because the Torrington intersection is a signalized intersection as well.
Mhm.
So is the left turn that's currently on Torrington, is that a two-stage left turn or is that a?
On Torrington, there's a bike signal, I'm sorry.
No, not bike signal with
a
respect to
bike-
vehicles, because the alternative one is proposing removing the left turns on Torrington.
You're asking about the operation of the signal itself?
Right.
Not the bicycles specifically? Okay.
No, not with bicycles specifically, with vehicular traffic right now. That's a signalized intersection. Is that a two-stage left turn signal or is that a one-stage?
So there isn't a separate left turn arrow for vehicles to turn, so they have to yield to opposing traffic right now. So-
Okay, so it's a yield to opposing traffic. Okay. So it's a one-stage thing. It's not a two-stage left turn. It's a one-stage. Okay. So, all right. And then with respect to alternative 3, basically, if I believe that's slide number maintaining existing conditions. Is there any additional traffic calming that would be attempted for alternative 3 to reduce the speed? Because you said that 23% of the collisions involved on the current design of the street were speed related. So therefore, it seems to me that speed reduction would improve safety if we ended up with alternative 3.
So the scope of this study issue was to evaluate the feasibility of adding bike facilities on this segment of Hollenbeck. It was not to look at speed.
Okay. But my understanding of the definition of a class 3 bike route is that there is a speed restriction for a class 3 bike route. Is there not?
The requirements are that you cannot put a class 3 bike route on streets that have speeds higher than 30 miles per hour. The speed limit on Hollenbeck is 30 miles per hour.
Okay.
So it meets that requirement.
Okay. Let me see. And so just to clarify again, with respect to alternative two, the only reason that we have this weaving back and forth of parking is to provide, reduce the amount of street crossing that people would have to do to, if they parked on one side, if we removed parking on one side of the street and down the thing, and rather than having it alternate.
Correct. It reduces, we're trying to minimize crossing across Hollenbeck, but also this weaving introduces a lateral shift, which is a traffic calming measure that can calm the street. I mean, even though we're not designing to calm the street, but.
And
that's
what
a
would be
measure.
the anticipated effect of this design alternative on traffic speed reduction? 5%, 3%, 2%?
It usually, there are studies out there that show that this measure can reduce speed by about 1 to 2 miles per hour, but we can pull the research and get the exact data for you.
Okay, and what is the longest segment of street that this would be done? Is it between Danforth and Harvard?
Yes, that is the longest stretch.
And what is the length of street in that respect there? That would prevent a pedestrian from parking on one side and crossing to an intersection and then crossing the street at the intersection.
I do not have the exact measurements with me, but I believe this stretch is well over, it's 1,200 feet long.
1,200 feet long?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you know the approximate time it would take somebody to walk 1,200 feet?
So we assume 3.5 feet per second as a
Okay.
walking speed. So we can do the math. So 1,200 feet, about 300, 400 feet, for 300 to 400 seconds. So we're talking, well, 5-6 minutes.
5-6 minutes,
Yeah.
okay. All right. We're, in terms of the number of cyclists that were clocked on slide one, not slide one, on the bike volumes. That was a 14-hour bike volume on a specific day, right? And that was during daytime?
Correct.
And what were the times that information was collected?
Let me see that I put it.
It was over a 14-hour shift.
It was 14-hour. I believe it was 7 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Okay.
Yeah.
7 to 9, okay. And, sorry, and that you said it was during the school year, right?
Correct, on a typical weekday.
Okay, okay. So it wasn't like a rainy day or something like that, okay. And do we have a corresponding number of vehicle volume for that time period?
We do for Hollenbeck, but we don't have for Mary and Sunnyvale, Saratoga.
No, that's okay. For Hollenbeck, I was more interested in.
Yeah, we have volume data on Hollenbeck. I don't have it with me tonight, but yes, we do have it.
Okay. And then were any of those cyclists on the volume that were taken as part of the, were they interviewed or anything like that? Was any information taken from them? Were they adult cyclists? Were they child cyclists? Are they broken down into, in terms of ages or age brackets or, adult versus child?
No, we do not have that information.
Okay. And let me just double check my notes. Okay. All right, thank you. That's it for my follow-up questions.
Okay, we have another hand from Commissioner Heathman.
Okay, I'll be quick here. On the Hollenbeck, when they did the study to put in the turn lanes, was Remington a four-lane road still, Because, and just a few years ago, it was reduced from 4 lanes to 2 lanes. And I was just wondering if that left turn lane study and plan was put together before that reduction was done. If you don't have that information, it's okay. Okay. Second of all, in your study here, did you look at the traffic situation when like Challenger School drop off and pick up at the end of the day?
Yeah,
Because
we looked at that.
you looked at that.
Yes.
And both, okay, and so that went into consideration for all three of the options that you have.
Correct, yes. We
Okay.
determined that there wouldn't be considerable effects for drop-offs and pickups.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions.
All right, we have a hand from Commissioner Golakota.
Thank you. I had one question about slide number 14. We see in alternate number 2, the parking is on to the right side of the biking lane. And I remember seeing some bike lanes where the parking is on the left side of the bike lane. Is that a consideration ever considered for alternative 2? So the bike lane is protected from the speed of the traffic and
No, I believe that configuration would require a buffer in between to prevent dooring. But I mean, you do have
I'm sorry,
dooring,
could
but
you
if you have, it's essentially a protected bike. It's essentially a protected bike lane. And for that effect, we need to have a buffer in between the parking lane and the bike lane.
so there should be more buffer if the parking were to be on the left side?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Wait,
Sorry.
okay, I'm gonna jump in there. Just why do we require a buffer when it's parking protected bike lanes, but not when it's not protected bike lanes?
So let me explain. So if bike lane is near the curb and parking is to the left of it, when drivers back into the parking space, we wanted to make sure there's a buffer in between to stop them and that they know where to stop and they won't run into the bike lane.
When you say when they're backing in, you mean like when they're doing the little parallel parking back
Correct.
lanes? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And that requires, so as they're like swinging back in, that's why the buffer's there for like the rear end of the vehicle?
So that we can provide an extra separation when vehicles are backing into the parking space.
Okay, I'm gonna dwell on that for a bit, but I think that.
I'd like to add on to that. It's also helpful to have a buffer to prevent the vehicles from parking in the bike lane if the bike lane is against the curb.
I would definitely agree that a buffer is
Yeah.
helpful. But okay, yeah, that's another good reason for a buffer. Okay, so Commissioner Golakota, did you have more to ask, or do you need to lower your hand?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, your hand is still raised, so just if you could
Oh,
lower.
sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, I have one final question. It's a question. Steph, I asked you to prepare some city policy to put on the screen. Could you put on the screen city policy LT 38 and 39? All right. So I'm going to read these. So, city policy, prioritize safe accommodation for all transportation users over non-transport users. As city streets are public spaces dedicated to the movement of vehicles, bicycles, and pedestrians, facilities that meet these appropriate safety standards for transport uses shall be considered before non-transport uses are considered, like parking. And then, And then 3.9, as parking is the temporary storage of transportation vehicles, do not consider parking a transport use of public streets. Does alternative 2 align with these city policies?
As this is a policy decision, this is a decision that falls under council and under commission's recommendations to council, and staff takes direction from council. So I think that, you know, this is a policy that we believe in and we support and we strive to achieve. But at the same time, we are also striving to achieve a balance of all road users and all needs in various roadways, various neighborhoods. So it's not a simple yes or no answer I could give you.
But would striking a balance not be prioritization? Like, if would prioritization not like be not striking a balance?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Uh, Okay, I'm getting into the rhetorical question point. All right, thank you. I wanted to raise this and ask city staff's viewpoints in it. That was an enlightening comment. That is the end of my questions. We have no other questions from commissioners. We're going to move into public comment, but before we go into the public comment, I think we'll take a break for 8 minutes and come back at 8:10. That makes sense? And then we have 18 speaker cards and 3 hands online. So I'm going to limit public comment to 2 minutes instead of 3 minutes for every speaker.
Sorry, point of order. I think you would have to pose that as a motion to.
I don't think I have to do a motion.
No, the chair could make that decision.
Okay, then the chair has made the decision.
Yeah. We have returned. Say again? Oh, we have returned from recess at 20:15. All right, so if no more questions from my colleagues, I will open public hearing and take public comment at 20:15. A reminder to the public, please submit a speaker card to the staff liaison. Raise your digital hand now or dial *9 on a telephone if you wish to address the commission. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, then the staff liaison will ask remote participants to unmute their microphone when it is their turn to address the commission. Speakers will have 2 minutes to speak. All right.
Chair, if I may,
Yes.
Council Liaison Lay has her hand raised.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to steal a few minutes of your meeting here to introduce myself. My name is Councilmember Eileen Lay. The name is spelled L-E. There's an invisible hat over the E. It is a Vietnamese word, is a short word. That's the pronunciation, Lay. I was just elected, and I am your current council liaison. Just something about myself. My daily rider is a cyclocross bike. I have a SRAM Force group set. I live on the north side of town. My son goes from the Tasman Crossing area to Fairwood on his little bike to ride across Fair Oaks and ride across Lawrence most days to school. He asked me the other day, Mommy, when do I get a new bike? And I said, when you outgrow yours. And he said, that's not fair. Daddy has 4 bikes. And that is true. He understands that the ideal number of bikes is N+1, but actually we have a limited number of bike spots in our garage. I am so glad to meet you all and to be able to introduce myself. I will be your liaison for the next 6 months. I don't have my card on me, but I would love to reach out to you and meet any of you more in person. I don't have my card on me. My email address is laycouncil@sunnyvale.ca.gov. It looks like lazy French. It looks like le council. It is not. It's laycouncil@sunnyvale.ca.gov. So please reach out. I would love to learn more about each of you individually, learn more about your priorities, and tell you a little bit more about myself. I will have to beg your indulgence because my computer is running out of batteries, and I left my toddler at home with my older one and my husband, and they need a little bit of backup right now. So if you'll allow me, I will have to take the rest of this meeting online.
All right, thank you. Okay, we will move to our first in-person speaker card. We have, wait, did I mess this up? Uh-oh, no. Did I mess up the order? I think this was who I was first. Yeah, this was first. Catherine Besser. Because we have so many. And the next is Paul Besser.
Ready? Hi, my name is Catherine Besser. I live in District 1, very near Hollenbeck. And I'm here for 2 reasons tonight. Number one, I want to bring focus onto the climate action plan that we have here in Sunnyvale with very, very ambitious goals. And one of them is reducing driving miles. And the way that we do that is emphasize more biking and walking and other forms of transportation over cars. And I think one thing we have to ask ourselves is, when are we going to do this? Because we have plans, we talk about it, there's a lot of talk tonight, and that's not action. And what we need to do with every single opportunity that we have, like Hollenbeck and bike lanes, is do the actions that fit the plan for 2050. Not looking backwards about the cars that are parking, not looking at all of those different things, but where do we need to go and where do we need to go now? And I really, really would like to have you guys consider that as you are talking about these types of things. And then secondarily, I am a mild bike rider. I have a very avid bike rider that I live with, and I'm very lucky that he helps me chart safe routes when we want to go downtown. And I'm your ideal person. You want to get me on a bike and not in a car to go the 2 miles to downtown Sunnyvale. That is the goal. But if we don't have enough safe ways to get there, we're not going to do it. And so I think you need to prioritize your more vulnerable people, children especially, who need to get to school safely every day and not get hit by a car. So I'd love for you to keep these things in mind, that action over chewing it over for another year or so. It's really frustrating because we want to see safety now, not in 2050. I won't probably be around. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Paul Besser, followed by Fawaz Tirmizi.
Hi, thank you for taking my comments, commissioners, and thank you for your service. I'm in District 1, and I use Homestead quite often with my family. I choose to use Hollenbeck, excuse me. I choose to use Hollenbeck to get to Homestead or to downtown. I'm going to one of those two spots quite often for the shopping there and for downtown. And if I have a choice of going on Hollenbeck or Mary or Sunnyvale, Saratoga, I'm going to hit Hollenbeck. Even in its current state where it's not safe, because I don't trust the cars on Mary because the bike lane is right next to them and there's a door lane. Raise your hand if you've been doored. I have. I broke my hand. So you got to make sure you have a safe route for cyclists to get downtown. And we want that to happen. So I'm encouraging you to look at option 1. It's the most attractive option. And as an experienced cyclist, I cannot recommend Hollenbeck for children on bikes or inexperienced cyclists right now, even though I'm doing it somewhat with someone that just spoke. In my opinion, changes to Hollenbeck should aim for 100% safety and consistency down its length to make it pedestrian and cycling friendly. Bike lanes for the entire length will allow that and include a buffered bike lane in option 1. I call your attention on their slide deck to slide 26, where the options other than slide 1 are referred to as low bike safety. Only option 1 was listed as bike safety. Option 2 creates inconsistency for cyclists and motorists and has a door zone. Option 3 is a class 3 bike with share lanes. That's not recommended even by Caltrans for safety. And so finally, I want to say, look at the bigger picture of Sunnyvale Vision Zero. We want long-term planning should include a network of safe routes and cycling, and option 1 is the only way to do that for us. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. We have Fawaz Tirmizi, followed by Daniel Karpelovich.
Hello, everyone. My name is Fawaz Tirmizi. I've been a resident of Sunnyvale for about 3 years now, and I want to just speak strongly in favor of alternative 1 and again being against alternatives 2 and 3. As Paul has noted, I'd say that Hollenbeck is, as someone I would consider myself an avid cyclist, fine. It's not my favorite road, and I will certainly take it, even without its bike lanes, over Sunnyvale, Saratoga, where I frankly fear for my life, and Mary Ave, which is just a bit out of my way. But at the end of the day, at the same time, whenever I tell people about how much I love cycling and how great it is and how I'm so glad I don't have to pay for a car, I cannot really recommend it to anyone who isn't already athletically inclined or a little crazy, because to be frank, it is not safe to be an average person and be a cyclist. It's not attractive. It's not something you can really tell people to do in good faith. And I believe the alternative 1 is a very, very right step in the direction of making it reasonable for the average person to get on their bikes and go to downtown Sunnyvale, or go to school for those who are high schoolers, and just make decisions that are better for themselves, health-wise, better for city, both traffic-wise and cost-wise, just in terms of having less car maintenance and not having to deal with all the issues that cars cause to the environment, and just being better overall. I would also like to just note that as I want to echo some other points that were made during the presentation, where it was noted that over 23% of collisions are speed related. I think alternative 1 is pretty clearly beneficial in that regard. Hopefully to lower that, and we should be building our infrastructure to benefit everyone and to make it safe for everyone. So yeah, in conclusion, alternative 1 is the safest for all, and that is what I think the city should be aiming for. Thank you.
All right, next we have Daniel Karpelovich, followed by Hans Bernhardt.
Is there a clicker or? Okay. So I'm just gonna show why alternative 1 is the only option, kind of a proof by elimination. Alternative 2 and 3 are basically dead on arrival from a safety perspective. Next slide, please. So quickly, alternative 3, I mean, it's obvious. There's going to be a state law that's going to be passed probably this year that will lower the limit from 30 to 25 miles per hour. It's in the state Senate right now. So really, you'd be building something, or you'd be planning for something that won't be legal by the time it's built. Next slide, please. So alternative 2 seems like great. We can compromise. Everyone's happy. Really, it's a lose-lose. It's deeply flawed. I'm going to show you a little illustration in a moment. Why? So first of all, dooring risks. Dooring risks are going to be there. Just because it's on half of the corridor doesn't make it better. There's still a huge risk, especially at the transition zones. And I apologize, my illustrations got messed up in the file format changes. But when the cyclist is transitioning from a no parking bike lane to a bike lane next to parking, they are behind the cars. So a person who is doing the right thing and checking behind them before opening a door will not be able to see a cyclist. And you can see that illustrated by the red triangle showing kind of the angle that the person will be looking out their window from. Next slide. But even when there is just a normal bike lane with parking without the transition zone, there is still a dooring risk. This is not the way to do it. Next slide, please. First of all, cars are going to park in that transition zone because that's just people are people, drivers are drivers. They're going to eke their way into the transition zone on either end, and that's going to cause another conflict, causing bikes to have to move into the car lane to get around that. Next slide, please. And finally, inattentive drivers are going to continue straight through the chicane into the bike lane as they are not paying attention, they're driving too fast, etc. Thank you. That's about it.
All right, we have Hans Bernhardt, followed by Tim I presume. Tim?
Thank you. Hans Bernhardt, District 4. I bike Hollenbeck training to get out the Santa Cruz Mountains and back. And also we're scoping out rides for Bike Sunnyvale, some of the community rides with families and kids that we do. I want to hold up a quick sign that you'll hopefully see more of in Sunnyvale. It says, "Safe streets, save lives." We're giving these out, they're reflective, and we want more cyclists to wear these so that motorists will see them. And with this message resonates louder every day. With that said, I'd like to say that safe streets are consistent streets. Paul mentioned 100% consistency. Of the 3 options, I would say option 1 is consistency. Option 2 is inconsistency. Option 3, I want to introduce a new term. Share roads are scare roads. And I hope that sticks with you. I think share roads should just be outlawed altogether. So remember that. Share roads are scare roads. In the big picture, Sunnyvale's getting larger. We have increased traffic. We have the speeding we mentioned. Nobody mentioned texting and driving. We could call it distracted driving, but texting and driving, distracted driving, makes it a definite need to have a buffer lane or a buffer between the car lane and bike lanes. Finally, my final point is, as Sunnyvale grows, I personally see it turning into a bunch of islands that you can only get between by car. And we really need a throughway of safe pedestrian and cycling lanes to make Sunnyvale completely accessible for all modes of transport. Thank you.
All right, we have Tim, followed by Sarah Mosen.
Honorable Commissioners, I live 1 block from Hollenbeck. I bike Hollenbeck a lot, 4 times today. Climate change is a huge disaster that is here now and killing more people. Transportation is responsible for 50% of the greenhouse gases in California. We must reduce vehicle miles traveled and greatly increase walking and biking. This change on Hollenbeck is easy peasy compared to a lot more changes that we must make. If we cannot make this easy change, our kids have no hope. Biking is very safe by itself. It rarely kills someone else because of bumping into them. However, motor vehicles kill 40,000 plus people every year in the US alone and billions of wild animals. Bicycling is a complete solution for climate change and safety with dozens of other benefits: mental health, physical health, saving money, meeting neighbors, and more. We must make all our streets complete and keep bicycles safe from cars. Convenient, free parking is not worth the high cost in lives, injuries, fear, and climate change. Please support buffered bike lanes on both sides of Hollenbeck. By the way, Sunnyvale has a relatively new section of road on Sunnyvale Ave next to Whole Foods parking lot that is 9.5 feet wide lane that has very heavy bus traffic. And buses make it down just fine. So narrow lanes are just fine for buses. Thanks very much.
We have Sarah Mosen, followed by Charlene Lowe.
Hi, my name is Sarah Mosen, and I'm a student at Homestead High School who lives in District 1 of Sunnyvale. My main and daily mode of transportation is biking, and I also bike to school. I don't bike on Hollenbeck Road because it's very unsafe, and I would definitely bike on it if it were safe, but there's currently no welcoming lane for bikers. If Hollenbeck Avenue were safe, I would bike to Sarah Park, down south to Cupertino, and to cafe spots like Gong Cha, and even use it to get to Homestead High School. With Alternative 3, Hollenbeck Avenue would have no bike lanes, causing bikers to have to compete with cars for one travel lane. Bikers would also have to weave in and out of car traffic to get around parked cars, and since Hollenbeck is a busy road with high speeds, it's super dangerous for cyclists to share the car lane. If Sunnyvale really wants all citizens to feel welcome, they need to offer a safe environment which accommodates all modes of transportation. We should be offering bikes their own lanes on Hollenbeck Road, especially since it is a planet-friendly mode of transportation over cars. This decision affects a busy part of Sunnyvale for years ahead, and Sunnyvale isn't doing enough to prioritize the safety of pedestrians. Alternative 2 also has tiny bike lanes, which cramps the bikers and does not offer proper protection. By supporting Alternative 1, accessibility to all pedestrians and citizens would be increased, and many students at Homestead High School would also have the opportunity to go to transport through Hollenbeck Avenue. Lots of my friends don't take Hollenbeck Avenue and end up taking Mary Avenue because they're scared to go on Hollenbeck Avenue. And because of that, Mary Avenue is super duper crowded before and after school. As a citizen of Sunnyvale, I strongly hope you consider Alternative 1, providing a safe, protected bike lane for all and protecting the future of Sunnyvale.
All right, thank you. We have Charlene Lowe, followed by 3 other speakers for the same presentation. The next speaker's name is Kevin Jackson.
Thank you for taking my input. My name's Charlene Liu. I live in District 1 where Hollenbeck is located, and I bike on Hollenbeck regularly despite its unsafe conditions, although I don't like to. I am speaking on behalf of Sunnyvale Safe Streets. Next slide. This happy face scale is how we rate the 3 alternatives. With protected bike lanes as the gold standard on the right, you can see how the 3 alternatives compare. Alternative 1 is safe and is the best out of the 3. Alternative 2, although it has bike lanes, is dangerous, and we will describe why. Alternative 3 is even more dangerous. Next slide. We highly recommend Alternative 1. It satisfies the VTA Bicycle Technical Guideline of 4 feet bike lane clear pavement. And it has a 3-foot buffer, which is a welcome safety feature to separate fast-moving cars from cyclists. The buffer also has the benefit of allowing protected bike lanes in the future. Intersection safety is an important design goal. Consider having bike lane demarcation go up to and through intersections, which means you would have to consider not adding those left turn lanes at Remington. With Alternative 1, removing street parking is necessary. We as a group spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to fit in street parking with the bike lanes on Hollenbeck, but we could not come up with a good solution that was safe. Some Hollenbeck residents are understandably concerned about the removal of street parking, and I'd like to say that it is a false belief among some that people do not bike on Hollenbeck. As I said, I bike on Hollenbeck. And I have seen children bike on Hollenbeck because there are schools there, and mothers cannot take those children to school, so they have to bike. The fact that some of us bike means that there are many, many others who would bike if we make it safe. Thank you.
All right, we have Kevin Jackson, followed by Mark Schwab.
Hi, thank you. Kevin Jackson, also from District 1. Alternative 2 is an attempt to satisfy everyone, which is a laudable goal. But when you try to do everything, you can't do all of them well. Commissioners will recognize the most common hazard resulting from such attempts, the door zone bike lane. Some may point to the Caltrans Highway Design Manual and say it meets the minimum standard, but that does not mean that the minimum is appropriate in all cases. Specifically, it is a terrible idea on a busy collector street with vulnerable road users, including children riding to schools, parks, and many other destinations. Next slide, please. Okay, this one shows the all too common situation when parking pockets are installed. The white stripe disappearing under the car is the right-hand side of the bike lane angling out from the curb to make room for a parking area some distance ahead. But many car owners think it's okay to park in the transition zone, forcing cyclists to swerve out of the bike lane and into the path of overtaking drivers who have no warning of this impending conflict. This is a routine occurrence, and there is no effective way to deter violators from doing it. Public streets are first and foremost a transportation facility, and safe access for transportation users is the top priority. Lives depend on it. Please support Alternative 1. Thank you.
We have Mark Schaub, followed by John Blum.
Hello, my name is Mark Schaub. I'm from District 1. I bike to work almost every day along Homestead, and I biked on Hollenbeck a little bit as well. In fact, yesterday I was driving along Hollenbeck, and I noticed there was a biker weaving in and out of traffic, and some cars had to stop abruptly behind her, and it was kind of scary. Just as a recent example. I'd like to talk a little bit about the Alternative 3 for Sunnyvale Safe Streets. Our recommendation for Alternative 3 is pretty simple. Don't do it. It doesn't offer any improvement over the current situation for either drivers or bicyclists. In fact, it could be worse for both. The sharrows or the bike signage will not be good for the drivers because there'll be more bikers on these lanes. And because it is a connector street, which is pretty high traffic, and like we said, 85 percentile is 35 miles an hour or so, they're going 30 to 40 miles an hour. And if they have to stop for a biker, because it's high traffic, they can't go around the biker easily as they could with a residential street. In addition, the cyclists won't be happy being honked at being in the middle of a lane of a connector street. So I know a lot of bikers that go out, stick to residential streets and stay off of connectors. We have to be in the road lane. And I really don't see any way to improve the current conditions for these deficiencies of Alternative 3. Next slide. This table summarizes the different alternatives. Alternative 1 provides some good buffers, doesn't have a door zone, which provides protection for the bikers without impacting the drivers. Finally, it is much safer for drivers to get in and out of the driveways because they have a clear line of sight. Alternative 2 offers, I'm finished.
Okay, thank you. We have John Blum, followed by Brenna Hall.
Okay, so I'm just going to finish that slide. Alternative 2 offers somewhat variable lanes with no buffer and parking lanes that are narrow enough so the doors opening on the left side of a car would swing out well into the bike lane. The frequent chicanes will likely result in parking overlapping into the bike lane. This design was used on Wolf Road, which is widely disliked and avoided by cyclists, and I don't think drivers like the zigzagging either. Alternative 3, as already discussed, has no advantages over the current situation and provides no meaningful protection for cyclists nor any benefit to motorists, and there's no reason to spend money on it. And we can skip the next slide. Okay, and this was where I was going to start. I forgot to tell you, my name's Jonathan Blum, and I live in District 1. Some people have said that cyclists should simply ride over to Mary Avenue instead of taking Hollenbeck, and this is A to B from Fremont to Homestead on Hollenbeck. Next slide, please. This is the suggested detour of those who feel this project is unnecessary, and it adds about a mile to the 1 mile route. Now, cars, of course, go a lot faster than bicycles. So if you kind of figure speed, time, and distance, the next slide, please, shows the equivalent detour for a car. Next slide, please. There it is. So in terms of time, for a car, it would be basically going from all the way over to Wolf and down to down to Homestead and then back. So that's about adding 3 miles because cars go a lot faster. And I think that there are very few drivers who would be willing to do this. I don't think they should have to, nor do I think bicyclists should have to detour. Getting people onto bicycles benefits everyone because it reduces congestion and pollution. And if we had safe routes, I think more people would do it. Finally, there are multiple schools, next slide, multiple schools on or near Hollenbeck, among other destinations, 2 right on Hollenbeck and 1 a short block away. And I think parents are reluctant to let their kids bike to school, and we need safe routes for the children as well. Thank you.
All right, we have Brenna Hall, followed by Susan Bremen.
Hello, I'm Brenna Hall. I've lived right over here on Tafe Street for the past 10 years, and I'm super thankful to everyone who has helped create and improve Sunnyvale's bike infrastructure. There's been major improvements, and I'm very grateful for that. My husband and I have 2 kids, 8 and 10, and we try to do almost all of our in-town errands on our cargo e-bikes. We're also both road and gravel cyclists in our free time. Hollenbeck is a road we use often, whether it's to get to our dentist office, to De Anza College, to Rancho San Antonio, and the other bike trails. Next year, my daughter will be a Sunnyvale Middle School student, and when she bikes to school, she will need to ride on Hollenbeck for at least a brief stretch of time before turning onto residential streets. So given how many cyclists use Hollenbeck, I have always been surprised at the lack of bike lanes there. And a road like Hollenbeck, as others have described, creates that unique challenge of either I have a line of upset drivers behind me when I need to move safely into the road to take the lane when there are cars on the side, or like the cars that often pull out without fully looking when I'm a single rider riding down the street. And I can navigate that because I'm an adult who can take over the roadway and manage the cars behind me, and most cars are friendly. But a middle schooler simply can't do that. And having the lane of cars next to her is simply not a practical option because of the risk of dooring. So if there isn't a safe route, we'll simply have to look for alternatives, which may cause us not to be able to have her to bike to school. And so I appreciate the alternative 1 that is being presented, and I hope that the commission will take that under consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have Susan Bremen, followed by Chloe Dahl.
Hi, I'm a resident right off of Hollenbeck, and I do go down Hollenbeck, but like a lot of the speakers have talked about, avoid it because no bike lanes, and pretty much get around those parked cars, you're going to have to go right in the middle of the traffic. So I'm looking forward to alternative 1 from a bicyclist perspective. I would like, though, for a minute to talk about being a driver on Hollenbeck, because I also drive a car. One of the things that the residents of Hollenbeck have big concerns about is the fact that they won't have any parking places on Hollenbeck. Now, a lot of assumptions need to be made in any of projects. And I think one of the assumptions that needs to be made here is The reason people are parking there on the street is because they can't get out of their driveways. They cannot see. There's no visibility. I have that problem on the street that I live in. And so my assumption is that's a lot of what's driving people parking on the streets. So if there is no parking on the streets allowed, then the owners will be able to park in their driveways. And I also believe that assumption should be made that most of those people that are parked on the street are residents, and they do have driveways and garages to park in. So I think we need to focus on safety and look at Sunnyvale in the future, because there's also a lot of young people riding scooters now that need to have a safe lane to be riding on. So I hope Sunnyvale will have that future vision, which is most important. Thank you.
Okay, we have Chloe Dahl, followed by David Wessel.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Chloe Dahl. I am a sophomore from Homestead High School, and I live in District 1. Biking is my main mode of transportation to school. Outside of school, I love to bike with my friends. However, that has been happening less and less. To get to my friend's house, I have to ride down Hollenbeck. I plan my route to ride on as little of Hollenbeck as possible, yet it's inevitable. Many kids have a similar problem to me, and it's not just the neighborhoods that are blocked off from each other. It's an incredibly important road with access to Sarah Park and Las Palmas Park, yet a large stretch of it does not include bike lanes. I want to be able to bike down there with my little sister to Las Palmas Park, and I want other families to have the same opportunity. So I'm here to ask that you support Alternative 1. Alternative 2 barely makes a difference, as we would have to swerve into traffic to avoid the door zone and ride along the very left edge of the bike lane. Alternative 3, leaving the road as it is, would be incredibly irresponsible. It feels as though it creates a big wall in the middle of the city. We cannot move towards a more sustainable future if we continue to prioritize cars over active transportation. On the contrary, Alternative 1 would make the biggest impact. It shows the city's dedication towards Sunnyvale's Vision Zero plan, and the 3 feet buffers adds protection to ensure the safety of bikes. Without the existence of the parking lane, cyclists don't have to worry about being in the door zone, unlike in Alternative 2. You have the power to decide if Sunnyvale values active transportation more than cars. Our community looks up to you, and so on behalf of the future generation, we ask that you choose Alternative 1's changes to Hollenbeck Avenue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have David Wessel, followed by Amar Shah.
I live in District 1, and I live close to Hollenbeck, and I never bike on Hollenbeck, though I bike every day. I also am a bike mechanic for Silicon Valley Bicycle Exchange and a bike mechanic for Good Omens Bike Shop in San Jose. I'm devoted to expanding bicycling in our community. But places like Hollenbeck scare me, and they scare me. I've raised 3 children in Sunnyvale. They're in their 30s now. They've been fortunate to survive. I've kept them off Hollenbeck, kept them from biking on Hollenbeck, even though they played softball at Sarah Park. We need to make Hollenbeck safe for our children. We need to make Hollenbeck safe for our old folks. I'm an old folk now. I'm 72. I'm becoming more and more unstable in my biking and other things too, ask my family. But you need to protect old people. You need to protect young people. We need those buffers because we're unstable. Bikes are on 2 wheels, not 4. We need those buffers. We need protection for motor vehicles. More than 70% of bicyclist deaths are caused by contact with motor vehicles. Give us our buffers. Give us our bike lanes. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Amar Shah, followed by Mark Halady.
Hi, I'm Amar. I'm a resident of District 6, and I want to voice my support for option 1. over option two because with option two, you've got a narrow bike lane. You're squeezed between moving traffic and parked cars. And like many others have brought up, there's a risk of being doored. Like I've personally been doored once. Unfortunately, it was a very slow speed, but it could have been worse. And I'd hate to think what it's like actually traveling at speed and getting doored. And then, yeah, so if option two was implemented, and I had to bike on Hollenbeck, I would just ignore the bike lane and ride into lane, because and then if cars were slowed down by that, like so be it. But I understand that like not everyone has the confidence to do that, and we should go with option one to make sure that people don't have to make that choice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have Mark Halady, followed by Steve Scandalos.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Mark Halady. I'm a 25-year resident of Sunnyvale and longtime cyclist. I cycle for commuting, for exercise, for errands. First of all, I wanted to thank you all for the great questions you all had for staff that showed you guys did your homework, and I learned from listening to your questions, so thank you. I'm on the side of alternative one, as you might imagine, like everybody else, for the same reasons. I'm lucky enough to be able to use Mary because of just where I live in Sunnyvale, so I just avoid Hollenbeck completely. But that's just because of where I live. If I lived more in the center, I'd be, I'd be forced to take it like many others. I'm lucky. I take Mary when I need to go north-south. One unique perspective I can offer that others haven't been able to share is I'm the head coach of a kids cycling team. It's the only cycling team in Silicon Valley. We coach. We have 50 or so middle school, high school kids from South Bay. I was out riding with them this evening, actually. So I ride 3 times a week with middle schoolers and high schoolers. And it's not like riding with my own kids who grew up riding from a very young age and just had that street sense. I get given these kids they're just kids. And I take them riding on roads and trails, and they're unpredictable. They just swerve around. They talk to their friends. They'll jump over a curb. They're just kids. And to throw these kids onto something like alternative two, yeah, there's a bike lane, but it's narrow. They just don't think about. I'm constantly telling these kids about avoiding car doors. They just don't think like experienced adults. And alternative one is something that's built for everybody, built for the average person that we want to get out on their bikes. Thank you.
All right, we have Steve Scandalos, and that is our last in-person speaker card.
Good evening. My neighbors and I are the reason that you have a light at Cascade at Resurrection Church. Okay. We found out it was dangerous for cars decades ago. Something that I heard tonight, very disappointingly, but not surprisingly, for the 3rd time, I've heard that the existing problems on Hollenbeck are not part of the scope of this project. Well, when you make a recipe, if you forget the eggs and it's the recipe, the cake doesn't turn out right. You have a incomplete scoping, absolutely. The worst part of Hollenbeck is from Fremont to Alberta, okay? We have, and I've reported this to public safety many times, they're treating it like a 4-lane road. We have people crossing double yellow lines behind cars that are going at the 30 or 35 miles an hour. We have cars diving to the curbs, diving with their car to get around somebody who's waiting to turn left on Cascade or right or left on the Dalles or on Cheyenne, okay? You must rescope this project to add that. It doesn't change the work you've already done, but your transportation people can then have a better sense of what to do. Let's have some examples of that bad section. There's very few speed signs to remind people. I found only 2, one near Fremont, one near Alberta, okay? We need more speed signs, and we need some that are the flashing radar ones. Next is, we got Cascade in Alberta with the lights. You need a controlled flashing light like at the high school. You need it at Cheyenne, and you need it possibly at Bend. I'm sorry, the worst ones are, worst Most dire need is Cheyenne, because there's an alleyway that comes over from the east side. They go by Nimitz Elementary and they cross onto Hollenbeck there. The second most important is at the Dalles. Okay, your neighbors cannot cross over at the Dalles. They just can't do it. There's too much traffic. And for your traffic people, please, you're gonna have to pick different times. Today, there were 12 cars at Challenger School, and you didn't go during Little League season.
We're
For the Dalles.
we're out of time.
Yeah, well, that's
Yeah,
fine. I'll
thank-
finish up.
Thank you for
Thanks.
your comment.
Check your traffic a little more when the parks are being used more.
Thank you. Okay, that is the last in-person speaker card. Yes, staff, do we have any speakers with their hands raised online? Or people
Yes,
online
Chair.
with their hands raised? Yeah.
Yes, Chair. First up, we have Julia L., followed by Vivek B. Julia, you've been unmuted and have 2 minutes to address the commission.
Thank you. I'm a senior citizen who lives behind Challenger School. We've been here since 1985. I'm very glad that having bike lanes on Hollenbeck is becoming a reality. Hollenbeck is how we get to the library, City Hall, and downtown. Once in a while, when I feel particularly strong and brave, I ride my bike there. But most of the time, I choose to drive. The last time I rode was a scary experience, with me being squeezed by a car passing me and a parked car and a big bus barreling towards us. Of course, I vote for alternative 1, which is the safest. Alternative 2 has the getting doored problem, and as proposed is rather wishy-washy. Having the parking zone switch back and forth just makes the solution more dangerous. If you should choose alternative 2, please at least put all the parking on the same side of the street. So at least for one way of the trip, we have a safer route. Then for the return trip, we can just hope not to get doored. Thank you for taking my input.
Next, we have Doug K., followed by Marcia R. Doug, you've been unmuted and you have been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to address the commission.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Doug Kunz, and I'm a resident of City Council District 1. I served as the Safe Routes to School chair for Cumberland Elementary School PTA from 2016 to 2020. During that time, I participated in walk and bike audits around the school, worked with community members doing Map Your Route to School exercises at school community events, and more. One clear takeaway from these activities was that the lack of bike lanes on Hollenbeck south of Danforth presented a key barrier to kids being able to safely and conveniently bike to Cumberland from neighborhoods south and east of the school. In addition, many teens who live in the neighborhoods around Cumberland would benefit from having a safe bike route to Homestead High School that is more direct for them than traveling via Mary Avenue. Based on my experiences, I strongly urge the BPAC to support Alternative 1. Buffered bike lanes are by far the safest for bicyclists of the options being considered. Let's make sure that we maximize the use of our street space to provide convenient and safe transportation for all modes of travel. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Next up, we have Marcia R., followed by Jennifer S. Marcia, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to address the commission.
Hi, I'm Marcia. I've lived in Sunnyvale for 7 years, and my bicycle is the only type of transportation I use around here. Thank you for the very interesting presentation and questions about all these alternatives. I just wanted to add another point on the side of Alternative 1. Hollenbeck is the most direct and easy route to some friends' houses and to some parks that I visit occasionally. But I don't use it right now because it's just kind of unpleasant to have to think about all the cars behind me, and I usually use Sunnyvale, Saratoga. But with Alternative 1, Hollenbeck would be pretty amazing, and I would definitely use it on my trips. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Next up, we have Jennifer S., followed by Angela. Jennifer, you've been unmuted and have 2 minutes to address the commission.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Sheeran, and I'm someone that cycles a lot in Sunnyvale.
I ask you tonight to choose option 1 with buffers for the bike lanes on Hollenbeck. This will be much safer than the other 2 options for our cyclists. Here's one example. Usually I try to take side streets, but last Thursday I had to use Homestead Road, which has no bike buffers. When I compare it to De Anza Boulevard in Cupertino, which does have buffers, it's a very different level of cycling. That all-important buffer is between the vulnerable cyclist and fast-moving cars on De Anza. It's not as good as a true protective barrier, but it still gives crucial space. The other 2 options for Hollenbeck without the buffers are just not safe. Alternative 2 leaves cyclists open to being doored or hit by cars that open their doors into the bike lane, causing real and very serious or fatal accidents for cyclists. Alternative 3 is the worst of all, leaving cyclists at the mercy of sharing lanes with drivers. There's a good reason that California now prohibits the use of new Sharrow markings on many new roads. It's just not safe. Let's prioritize having all types of transportation be safe and easy in Sunnyvale. One easy way to do this is to choose option 1 for the bike infrastructure on Hollenbeck. Thank you for considering my input.
Next, we have Angela, followed by REF. Angela, you've been unmuted and have 2 minutes to address the commission.
Good evening, Angela Roush here. I'm a past member of BPAC. I fully support alternative 1, and thank you for the questions. It was during this discussion I was reminded that we removed parking on Maud. We need to continue our commitment to safety. And getting rid of the pork chop on Fremont is huge and it's overdue. It is needed, most needed, for pedestrian safety. Thank you.
Next, we have REF, followed by Vivek B. Ari, you've been unmuted and have 2 minutes to address the commission.
Hi, I grew up in Sunnyvale. My parents drove me to school every day because there wasn't a safe and convenient way for me to bike to school on my own. I didn't have much independence, and I was fairly sheltered. But everything changed when I started biking to community college, and I was biking to classes for the first time. I realized how much freedom I'd missed out on in my childhood. We can't change the past, but we have an opportunity to change the future for the next generation of Sunnyvale children. Building Alternative 1 will enable thousands of existing students and future students to safely bike around Sunnyvale. Our children deserve freedom. Our children deserve safety. Hollenbeck has the potential to become the best north-south bicycle corridor in the area. Mary Avenue and Sunnyvale-Saratoga Road have higher speeds and are wider roads. But Hollenbeck has slower traffic and lots of destinations people want to bike to. Along this corridor, there are 8 schools, 3 churches, and many businesses and parks. When we talk about road design, the number 1 factor is safety. Safety for all road users should always, and I mean always, be the top priority when choosing the appropriate alternative. Walking an average of an extra minute or 2 to get to your parked car won't kill anyone, but biking on a dangerous road will. The fact that there have been 5 collisions involving bicycles on this corridor in recent years is unacceptable and avoidable. I understand residents might have concerns about finding parking farther away, but I'd like to point out that this won't affect most residents in their day-to-day activities. The city's survey shows that most of the corridor has parking usage of average of 20% tops. Well, not tops, but in many locations. And that means that only 20% of houses actually use this parking in their day-to-day. We have a similar precedent on Sunnyvale Avenue, north of Hendy. Back in 2022, the City Council approved removing parking, which had a similar level of occupancy, and that made it much safer for cyclists. Please support Alternative 1.
Next, we have Vivek B, followed by Ira M. Vivek, you've been unmuted and have 2 minutes to address the commission.
Hi. I've been observing the call for last hour and a half, and maybe I'm the first person who's probably in favor of option 3, or potentially no bike support for Hollenbeck. So I currently live on Hollenbeck, and there are a few things that kind of stood out through the call. The first one was it was mentioned that there are 5 accidents that have happened on Hollenbeck. However, if you look at the details that were shared during the call, none of those had the car at fault. So as a result, even as we think about safety here, it's not like things are going to dramatically change. Second, if you think about the speed limit, the street already has 30 miles per hour as the speed limit. And all through the call, we have been comparing Hollenbeck with Sunnyvale Saratoga or with Mary. Now, two things are very different with the street. One, the street is much lesser wide as compared like Mary, which used to be 2+2 lanes, and now it has become 1+1. Like the Hollenbeck is just not wide enough to support a bike lane along with a car lane of its own. And that is why when we discuss the option 1 or option 2, there are all of these nuances that have been called out all through the call. The third one is that when we think about the volume, the street already has 30 miles per hour, and still the volume on the street is order of magnitude lower as compared to the other bigger streets. So if biking is really so unsafe on the street, then the numbers would have been quite different. So I would strongly encourage the city to think about the folks who already live on the street and take that into consideration. One of the argument during the call was, why have hundreds of people who live on the street? Basically, why should we care about their inconvenience or their priorities? Please prioritize their lives as well. Thank you.
Next, we have Ira. Ira, you've been unmuted and have 2 minutes to address the commission.
Hi, I live on Hollenbeck Avenue, and I wanted to call out a few things. One most important thing is that while safety is important, it seems that a lot of emphasis is given on the safety of bikers and completely ignoring the safety of pedestrians and residents. As shared in previous meetings, option number 1 and 2 is always going to increase more pedestrians on the road. And if you think about it, there will be much fewer accidents if everyone behaved perfectly. The fact is that no one is perfect. And then even when you have more pedestrians, there will be people who will be doing jaywalking and crossing the roads in unsafe manners. This is already a busy road. So we are going to expose pedestrians to accidents by forcing them to cross the road. Even in option 2, it is wishful thinking that someone is going to go in an interior lane and park when there's a parking spot available on the other side of the road. And if people have to go in circles to find a parking spot, it will add to the congestion of an already busy road. And in terms of safety for residents, the street lighting is very minimal, and it has been very painful for us as residents to get broken street lights fixed. It is not safe for us to go walk to our cars in the night. And similarly, the sidewalks are not even. It is not safe for us to use wheelchairs and strollers on them. So kindly please prioritize the safety of pedestrians and residents as well.
Chair, that was the final remote speaker wishing to speak on this agenda item.
All right, thank you. If no more speakers, I will go ahead and close public comment at 21:08. I will now ask for discussion from my colleagues. All right, first up, we have Commissioner Melman.
So I wanted to thank the public for coming out and speaking. I wish we could see you guys more often, actually, on some of the other excitable stuff that we discuss, which leads to other things. So, but anyway, my thing is in keeping with city policy and with keeping of the KISS principle, which is keep it safe and simple. I would go with option 1 because, quite honestly, the city is not in the business of subsidizing infrastructure for parking for residents as much as, we'd like to think so. And primarily, the roads are meant for transportation. That means transportation for everybody. And while I agree that sidewalk and pedestrian infrastructure is also important, that's not the scope of this project. We certainly can address that in a future project, improving the sidewalks so that people with differently abilities in terms of walking are able to use them safely with adaptive devices. The other thing is that the highest utilization by the own study was at night for parking in terms of the parking utilization, which means that these people are residents or visitors to the area. There's not a lot of retail on this road that requires parking on the curbside. And I myself grew up in an area which had no street parking whatsoever because all the streets had drainage ditches on the side of them. So there was no street parking at all, ever. And then the other comment that we usually get is that there's not enough cyclists that use this route to justify changing things. And the reason why there's not enough cyclists that use the route is because just like people who are walking, you're going to go where it's safe and well lit and clearly defined. And that's where you want to go. And the honest truth is that part of our climate action plan and our transportation plan, active transportation plan, is providing a safe, connected, and logical bicycle and pedestrian network within the city. And so option one is the most logical alternative, regardless of the issue of the upcoming intersection changes. Since we don't even have a design on that, I'm sure that once the project actually comes up, we can look at the intersection design and make it as safe as possible for cyclists and pedestrians as well as vehicles who need to turn left. But, when the time comes, I'm going to move and make a motion for option one because I don't think the other alternatives, quite frankly, are doable. Weaving in and out, alternating parking from side to side, I mean, that's just illogically ridiculous in terms of a design concept. Having it on one side of the street where you had parking only on one side, that's fine. We're worried about people crossing the road. Well, what about the cyclists literally weaving in and out of traffic? And never mind what it was going to be like on trash day. I don't even want to think about it with trash bins competing for the space. At least with the buffered bike lane, we can instruct residents to leave their trash bins in the buffer zone rather than in the bike lane for the pickup. But alternative two is not a viable option, and alternative three is it's not even up for discussion in my mind. So that's what I have to say.
All right, next up we have Commissioner Bonet.
I'm very happy to hear the opinions of the engaged public tonight. They represent the vocal vanguard of cyclists who are speaking for the silent majority, who I think are reluctant but willing bicyclists if we create the infrastructure that makes it conducive to biking for the silent majority. The surveys conducted by VTA indicate that the two main reasons cited by people for not trying biking are a feeling of lack of safety and high speed of driving cars. Alternative one would address both of those because it would allow possibility for reducing the speed limit on the road, and it would increase the relative feeling of safety for bicyclists on the road. I've bicycled Hollenbeck many times in all conditions, nighttime, daytime, in the rain, in the sun. And it is one of the most unpleasant streets in Sunnyvale for biking because of the necessity to weave in and out as it currently is, or take the lane. So having a protected bike lane and the removal of traffic would make bicycling much more appealing for both avid cyclists and for those who are reluctant to try because of the feeling of perceived lack of safety. To address the worries of residents along Hollenbeck, which do have valid concerns, there are actually benefits to making the street slower and reducing vehicles traveled on it. The vehicle noise that you hear in your house on Hollenbeck will be reduced. The vehicle emissions will be reduced. The street will be more pleasant to walk along and more conducive to biking, therefore lessening the need to use the car that may be parked not on the street but in the driveway. So for all of these reasons, I strongly support option one.
All right, thank you. Just one comment, and this is not in response to you. I just want to remind the commission that we're not making a motion tonight. We're not this is just a study session, and so we're kind of just directing comments at staff as recommendations or opinions of what we would like staff to do before it comes back in the future. Okay, so no motion tonight, just opinions, recommendations, advice, guidance, stuff like that. All right. Next, we have Commissioner Aveman.
Yeah, I also concur that option one of the three is the only one that really makes sense. Option two, we've got Wolf Road. And I've heard multiple discussions about what goes on Wolf Road. In fact, I've biked for 5 years, I commuted on Wolf Road. You got to be really careful with those swerving bike lanes. And so now here I'm seeing it proposed again. And without, maybe if you had some engineering data showing how you could make it safer, I could be more convinced that we might want to consider it. But the way it's presented tonight, it's a no-show. I would replace it with another option too, which is pick a side of the road. If you got to have the parking on one side of the road all the way. The homes on the side of the road that don't have the parking, they're no worse off than option one. They're better off somewhat because at least they can go to an intersection and access a parked car on the other side, or if the road's not very busy, they can jaywalk across the street. It is a narrow street to get across. I would recommend you propose that new option two before you come back to BPAC again and council. Either that or come up with a surefire way that we could have a safe transition, which I don't know what that is, but it's certainly the Wolf Road way is not the way it is. And I was really surprised we really had no members of the public in all the discussion tonight say, we need to preserve the parking. One person kind of indicated it, but not a strong advocate from what I could tell. The other thing I think would be really important is to get more information on the driveways. Maybe try to get more information from the residents along this road. It is a residential road. And, are they parking their cars on the street? I like the comment that maybe people don't park in their driveways because it's difficult backing onto the street or getting onto the street because of all the parked cars. So it's kind of like a positive feedback thing. Okay, I think that's all I've got to say, and time's running late. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have a couple comments of my own. Just again to rehash basically what everybody else is saying. Alternative one, at least to me, seems to be like the strongest option here. Like that's definitely where I'm leaning to based on seeing the presentation, hearing the public, looking at the options myself. I'm definitely not a fan of alternative two, where riders and drivers have to swerve back and forth. There's going to be the conflicts where people park in the bike lane at the, what's the term? The transition zone. The risk of being doored is quite high. And oftentimes when I'm riding a bike in that kind of bike lane, I will basically ride on the line of the bike lane or in the travel lane anyways. So it's like the bike lane isn't there in the first place. Because it's risky to be in the bike lane because of being doored. So like we're going through all this effort for just the tiniest margin of improvement to bicycle safety. Like I would almost myself prefer option or alternative three because I have the freedom almost. I mean, I always have this, but the freedom to just take the full lane and not feel guilty about it because that's where I feel safest. I don't really mind blocking drivers behind me as long as I'm safe from being doored. I wanted to make a comment on slide 26, if we could bring that up. I want to say that I'm not a fan of this visual representation here. The implication is that all of these line items here are weighted equally, just by using a color scheme. And I don't think we should be weighting maintaining on-street parking supply equally with improved bike safety. Like 2 yellows and a green visually looks better, but that's not how we should be weighting this. The one with the red is the better option than the one without the red in the center. Like the way this is visually represented, I think, is not indicative of a proper analysis. I would encourage City Council to revert the plan to add the turn lanes onto Remington if it will cost the ability to add continuous bike lanes in the corridor. I think the assumption that travel or the car traffic will increase in the future will be, one, undone slightly by the addition of bike lanes, and two, will be the result of induced demand. You add the turn lane, you make it so more people can drive, you get more cars. Like, there's a bit of a cause and effect loop there, and I don't think adding the turn lane there at the cost of a continuous bike lane is worth it. And I think council and staff should reevaluate whether that should actually be done. And if it requires a or an amendment to the EIR, I think that's the way to go. Let's see here. Staff made the comment that they couldn't assume that the on-street parking would be able to use the driveways. And that's true, but I think it misses the point. The whole debate is about the parking for the residences. So if the residences have extra parking, that's what we should be analyzing. Whether or not the parking on the street would fit in the residential parking it misses the point. Like, we're trying to analyze the impact on the residents of that corridor. So if they have the buffer or the extra parking space, that's what needs to be analyzed. And then I had one more. Where did it go? Oh yeah, and we need to get out of the business of subsidizing private car storage on public property. The city policy is pretty clear on the prioritization here, and I know the city is attempting to do its due diligence by providing alternatives one way or another, but it is a bit disappointing to see like every project have an alternative that kind of goes in the face of the city policies over and over and over again. And I don't know, perhaps we can have fewer of these alternatives. I don't know, find 2 alternatives that satisfy city policy as opposed to one that does and one that doesn't. But yeah, those are my comments. Strongly leaning towards alternative 1. I think alternative 2 and 3 are a big miss here. Thank you. We have Commissioner Golicoda with a hand.
Thank you, Chair Beagle. I want to thank the public for coming in and providing your input. It's been very helpful to hear from you. The only thing I wish is if we were provided a summary of what the previous public input had been, it would have been helpful, especially from a resident perspective. Were there any other concerns that the public had that as commissioners, if we had heard it, it would have given us a full picture. But having heard what we have and having heard a few residents speak in favor of it, a couple of residents more concerned about the pedestrian safety, I went through the map to see how the houses are looking, how the parking situation is on their driveways. This is my feeling, is that most of the driveways are close to each other, like the houses are next to each other. So, I mean, I live on a street where there is no street parking, and fortunately, my driveway can accommodate 3 cars. So if I have a visitor, we are a 2-car household, and there's always space for a 3rd one. And this is not a luxury that many of the houses out there have, but they do have front yards that are large enough where a third car can fit in if needed. If not, like occasionally we do have like 2 people visiting us, and we always share with our neighbors. We ask them if it is okay for us to use their driveway when they're out or just for a short period of time. So I'm sure these kind of adjustments could be made. My major motivation for choosing alternative 1 is because if it can provide a safe route to Homestead High School or partial of the way for the Fremont High School, I think it would be totally worth it. The transportation options for these 2 schools have been, the 2 high schools has been a big issue for the Northern Sunnyvale people, and even for kids that are attending Cumberland, it's been an issue, safe transportation to the high school. So together with that, I am also inclined towards alternative 1, and I do wish there was an option where it could have been made a more protected bike lane, but I do understand that given the number of driveway, it's kind of harder to do that. I've also considered how the backing up into the street would be from the driveways. I live on a street where there's a meridian where people can pull out to, but majority of the time we are able to pull into the street itself without having to use the middle lane. So I guess it should not be as difficult, and it's also relatively a slower street, so it should not be a problem, I would think. So I'm inclined for alternative 1 as well. Thank you.
Right. Commissioner Wilson?
Yeah, I think the thing I'd like to add to the conversation is with respect to safety of alternative 2 is the very, very long stopping distance that a lot of bicycles have, considering rainy conditions and brakes that have not necessarily been tuned up recently. It's not always easy to stop on a bike. So if you consider a door jumping out in front of you, the odds are slim that you're going to hit 0 before you hit the door. So you're likely to swerve, which is obviously a point of contact and conflict with cars. I think that's my only comment. Thank you.
All right, we have no more raised hands from the.
Pardon me, Chair. Before we end this item, I wanted to mention real quickly that for anyone watching this tonight, if you've taken a picture or if you're watching the recording, if you've taken a picture of the QR code to get you to the survey, we found out this evening that it has expired. We didn't know that QR codes expired. So we are creating a new QR code, and that will get posted when we post the updated the presentation from tonight. We'll upload the final version. But in the meantime, if you would like to take the survey, and we hope everybody does, do it tonight, you can go on the website, just like the presentation said, go to search for transportation projects, and there's a line for Hollenbeck. You click on the plus sign, and there's a link right there. So the link directly to the survey from our webpage does still work. The survey is up till the end of the month, so we encourage everybody to take that. But the QR code will be fixed when the presentation gets finalized on the web. Sorry for the interruption.
All right, thank you. Okay, that ends this agenda item, and I hate to do this again, but I need another recess. It is currently 21:28, and if we could come back at 21:35, then we'll do the oral communications. We have one speaker card for that, and then we'll do the rest of the meeting as well. All right, thank you. All right. We are back. It is currently 21:38 and we're back from recess. The time is 21:38. We're going to do oral communications. A reminder to the public, please submit a speaker card to the staff liaison. Raise your digital hand now or dial *9 on a telephone if you wish to address the commission. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, then the staff liaison will ask remote participants to unmute their microphone when it's their turn to address the commission. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. I have one speaker card from Daniel Karpilovich.
Again, I wanted to comment on something completely unrelated. The intersection of Maud and the kind of intersections of Borregas and Sunnyvale Avenue and Maud, that kind of weird combination of two T intersections next to each other. That's a corridor that's heavily used by bikes because it's on the Borregas kind of path from Caltrain and downtown up north to where I live, to where a lot of jobs are, that sort of thing. So it's heavily used by bikes, but that intersection group is really inefficient and just weird. Like the signal timing is just all sorts of whack. The bike detection going northbound on Sunnyvale Avenue doesn't work. And then there's no like clear marking of the like bike lanes through the turns, because no one's going straight through those intersections because there's no way to go straight. So the primary movement is to turn left to then go either from Sunnyvale to Borregas or from Borregas to Sunnyvale. So we should be designing the intersection to prioritize that movement rather than like the non-existent weird left turn lane that goes into a private alley from Maud, like a left turn just past Borregas. It's weird. I don't know why it's there, but there's a whole left turn lane just for like a little alley. And that seems to be higher priority than bikes turning left onto Maud to get, on their corridor. So that corridor should be like given higher priority, even though Maud, Borregas and Sunnyvale Avenue are kind of smaller streets than Maud. But from a cyclist perspective, that's actually like an arterial road, in my opinion, or at least it should be kind of like a bicycle priority road because it is so good. I believe you're looking, I can see your screen. Sorry, I can see that you're looking at it. I'm looking about the Maud eastbound, right after the intersection with Borregas, there's a left turn lane and it goes into like an alley. I don't know why that left turn lane is there, quite honestly, but whenever I'm going, like tonight when I'm going home, I'm going to take Sunnyvale Avenue North and I'm going to wait at that light for minutes because, I'm eventually I might run the red light because it's so low traffic because all the cars are taking Matilda, which is good. We want bikes and cars to have separate priority routes. I mean, all routes should be safe, but we should be, in terms of volumes, we should be pushing bikes to one route and cars to another. That's how like the Dutch do it, right? That they have safe roads because they're able to push all the cars in one place and put all the bikes on another place and separate them that way. We should be thinking of Sunnyvale Avenue and Borregas in relation to Matilda and Fair Oaks in that same way. So we should be prioritizing them. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for staff in response to this. The member of the public mentioned that the signaling at that intersection is not functional for bikes. And that's something I've experienced in the past too. Like if you're turning left from Maud onto Sunnyvale, it just does not detect you on a bike. And I've submitted an Access Sunnyvale ticket about this in the past, and it was, I guess, looked into, but it's still a problem. If we could look into that again, that would be great. I mean, just the bike signaling in any direction, I think, is problematic there. All right, thank you. And then we have another speaker, or another member of the public wishing to speak, I should say, Steve Skandalis.
Hello. Continue my theme earlier. You are all focused on bicycle stuff, and that's great. You have a lot of great ideas tonight and speakers that felt passionately about one option versus another option. Your study is flawed because the recipe is missing a key ingredient, which is solving the existing problems that are there, which can help mitigate many problems that are already there. Okay, I've suggested the push button flashing lights for a crosswalk, at least at Cheyenne, #1, at Dowell's, definitely #2, and maybe at Bend, but Bend maybe is too close to Fremont.
So, since this is in relation to the previous agenda item, it's not valid for oral communications. So if you have general comments that aren't specific to Holland.
Well, I understand oral communication is for things that are not on your agenda. Is that true, Ms. City Clerk?
Can you please clarify what your comment is in regards to? It can be on Hollenbeck, but not related to the bike lane. So if you could just maybe specify, is there a signal issue? Is there a speeding issue? Like, if you could just help us clarify so we
Yes,
can bring
it's
it back.
speeding.
Okay.
The problems are overspeeding to the effect of probably 10 miles an hour or higher each time. Crossing the yellow lines, either trying to treat it as a 4-lane road, 2 each way, or just illegally crossing, going more than a couple miles an hour. We can go around a garbage truck 2 miles an hour, but you can't have a car traveling at 30 and having somebody pass you at 45 miles an hour on there. That's really unsafe. The bicycle lanes would actually help with the curb diving, which we get. We get that at Dowell's. We get that at Cheyenne. We also get it at Cascade, which is cars want to scoot around somebody. They do it at Alberta also. Once again, if this is 2 miles an hour, it's not big a deal. But if I've got a car stopped dead and somebody comes up at 30 miles an hour and more, abruptly dives to the curb, they could jump the curb, hurt a pedestrian, which is something you're worried about. And in your bicycle lanes, they're going to do the same thing. So we've asked for years and years to mitigate this. I think your commission could be a good advocate to the city. Okay, that's what I would be asking you to be an advocate to solve known problems that can be addressed more quickly. Okay, I mentioned some of those things, which were more speed reminders, a couple of the radar things that say 30, and then when you go 32, it flashes. You know, that would help in that particular section. So please think about being an advocate and stepping out of the box of just your bike lane that you're looking at. And I think we could all benefit from that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Staff liaison, do we have any remote participants wishing to speak on this item on oral communications?
We do not, Chair.
Thank you. If no more speakers, I will go ahead and close oral communications at 21:46. The next order of business is the consent calendar. The time is 21:46. I will go ahead and open public comment on consent calendar items. Members of the public wishing to address the commission, please submit a speaker card to the staff liaison. Use the raise hand feature now, or dial *9 on a telephone to indicate you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first. Then the staff liaison will ask remote participants to unmute their microphone when it is their turn to address the commission. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. I have no in-person speaker cards, so staff liaison, are there any remote participants wishing to speak on this item?
No, Chair. Oh,
Okay.
oh, you have a hand that went up and then went back down. No remote speakers.
Okay. If no more speakers, I'll go ahead and close public comment at 21:47. I would ask for a motion from my colleagues to approve the consent calendar. Commissioner Haifman?
Thank you. Yeah, I move to approve the calendar, but I have 2 corrections that I would like to be put on there. There was a comment that I made on page 4 about the narrowness of the eastbound bike lane
Just
underneath the Matilda
for my
underpass.
clarification, this is for the meeting minutes specifically. Okay.
Yeah, but the minutes stated the westbound. The westbound lane is fine. It's the eastbound side. So, and then I think the same mistake was a comment from Mr. Wilson was misstated too. And I thought, I'm making this a point because I think it's really important. Let's see if I can find that. Specifically, it says is that the staircase that goes over Matilda on the western side, it should be on the eastern side. There is no staircase on the western side. If you make those two corrections, then I move we approve the consent calendar.
Okay, do we have a second? Commissioner Moman?
I second that we approve the consent calendar with the corrections as specified.
Staff Liaison, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Melman,
Aye.
Vice Chair Dave,
Aye.
Commissioner Bonet,
Yes.
Commissioner Haithman,
Yes.
Chair Beagle,
Yes.
Commissioner Golakata,
Yes.
Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
The motion carries 7-0.
Okay, the next order of business is public hearings and general business. Item number 25-0442, discussion on projects for Transportation Development Act, PDA, Article 3 application. Is there a staff report?
Yes. So we have prepared a little bit quick presentation to show the commissioner. Okay. So here's the agenda for the TDA Article 3 discussion tonight. So we will talk about TDA Article 3 funding for fiscal year 2025 and 26. Next is discussion of newly added potential project and previously discussed potential project and the next step. So so for the grand total of TDA Article 3 funding, for we have fiscal year 2025 and 2026, we have $811,845. So including what we banked from previous year, 2024 and 2025, and then also the leftover budget from previous completed project, and then the current year allocation. So next, here, last month during the TDA Article 3 discussion, Commissioner have suggested to add this project as potential project to use the TDA money. So on the right-hand side, there's a picture. So that is the Borregas Bridge over US 101 and SR 237. So after doing our research, we found that we have installed the paddle side, the stop side, in early 2010s. After the bridges were constructed, there were public concern that regarding to the bicyclists traveling at the high speed going down the bridge, creating unsafe condition for all the user on the bridge. So as a BPAC request back then, these paddle stop signs were installed to deter bicyclists from riding at a high speed when entering or exiting the bridge. So staff, here's some of the staff can evaluate to relocating the existing sign and installing some pavement marking to require the bicyclists to slow down at the down of the bridge. And these potential modifications could be done via our in-house work order process instead of using TDA money for this. So that's why we this is eligible for TDA, but we recommend it not use TDA money. And then so here's another quick update on project number 1. So if you all remember at the BPAC in November last year, so BPAC have revealed a complete street checklist for popular sidewalk project as part of our process to apply for housing incentive pool funding. So recently, we just received a news from MTC that MTC staff is recommending that commission to fully fund the construction of the public sidewalk project at April 23rd meeting. So when we come back in May, we will know for sure whether MTC have approved the funding allocation or not. So with that said, so the next step, so we have two options. So option one, at tonight meeting, BPAC can choose to bank the entire amount. For option two, during the May BPAC meeting, BPAC can make recommendation to council for one or more project, and we can bank the remaining funds. And with that said, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So just to make sure everybody's on the same page, the motion tonight is just, again, bank or no bank. We're not choosing an alternative, we're not choosing an option. And then for context, in the previous time we saw this, we voted to not bank.
Right.
And the change is now we just have a new item under consideration that was proposed at the last meeting.
Right.
Okay.
I'm sorry, if I may, Chair. This agenda item was not titled for action. So would it be possible instead to have the commissioners express whether they prefer option 1 or 2 instead of making a motion, because it was not agendized for action?
Okay, so we're not making a motion, we're just gonna give our opinion.
Feedback,
Okay.
please. Thank you.
Sounds good. With that, I will move to discussion from my colleagues. As a reminder, my colleagues, I will, the script is meant for the other room. It is important for the public at home and for the meeting recording that your comments are captured by a microphone. Once finished speaking, please mute your microphone. Sorry, are there any questions from the commissioners? We have a hand from Commissioner Melman.
So actually, I was going to say, since the meeting is April 23rd, I was going to go for option 2 because we'll have more information in May to whether the MTC approves the Poplar Avenue project or not. So I was leaning towards option 2. Would you put up the slide with the options, please?
Yes.
Just so we can remind ourselves. Yeah. I think that our recommendation should be delayed until the May meeting, because then we will have the feedback from the April 23rd meeting with the MTC as to whether or not the Poplar project would be approved or not for TDA funding. So I'm just saying that once we have all the info, then we can make a decision.
Was there a question in there, or that was just
No, that was just my comment on option 2.
Okay. We have a hand from Commissioner Haveman.
Yes, thank you. The question I have is the same one I had the last time we discussed this. That is, it's going to take $895,000 to build this thing. We have 811. Has the money required to fund the project been identified, assuming the project is approved? I'm assuming the project's going to be approved, but we're still short on funding. And that's fundamental to our decision here. I don't want to bank it again if they're not going to build it this summer. That's my opinion. And we don't know if they're going to build it this summer unless council, working with staff, has identified the extra money that's going to be needed, which a year ago, they assured us they were going to work hard to make sure that's happened. So we really need that before we can carry on the discussion, from my opinion. So I don't know why we should even talk anymore about it tonight. Anyhow, that's my comment. And I'd like to hear your response to that.
Okay, I'll give it a try. We're working in some uncertainties here because you're right. You're spot on right. We did come and say we were going to work hard to get the full funding for Poplar. How we did that was we were able to apply for this housing incentive program, or pool rather, HIP program, that is incentivizing us for doing great work in improving our housing in Sunnyvale. So we put that as our highest number one priority. MTC, as Tim mentioned, MTC has recommended our prioritization, and we are extremely hopeful that the board will agree with their staff and our staff, and we will get the full funding and we'll be able to move forward. Now, the uncertainty is that's not done yet. So if they do decide to give us less than the funding, the full funding, or they choose a different project, then we still have this 811,000 and change. And you're right, we still do have a funding gap. But our backup plan there is that we would come to council with a budget modification request and ask them if they could help us fill that funding gap so that we could still move forward in a timely manner. That would have to happen probably next fiscal year. So July, August at the earliest, we would be able to confirm that money. So that's our plan B as of right now for Poplar.
So can we say tonight then that we want the money to go to Poplar for construction this year? And if for some reason it didn't happen, we need a backup plan or something?
So tonight, our ask of the commission is your feedback on whether or not to bank the entire amount. If you choose to bank the entire amount, then we don't put it towards anything till next year. If you decide option 2, then we will come back to you with knowledge of what the MTC board decides. Then we will know for sure if you then can have that prioritization. If we get the HIP money, then we don't need the TDA Article 3 money. So then we can have a conversation tonight of the backup plan for you is if we get the money for Poplar, what is your second priority? Or third priority, depending, we'll have more money than a lot of these projects need. So perhaps we could fund more than one.
But I understand from the last meeting, if we say we want to bank it, then that means the amount of money coming in this year can't be applied to Poplar.
Correct.
So we for sure don't want to do that.
And I think bank or no bank would be a motion and a vote. We can't just discuss it and say bank or no bank. Is that not correct? It would have to be on the agenda for a motion. And we've already established that this is not.
I'm wondering, and this
because that's
might
an
be
action and decision on our part, in which case,
Right.
yeah.
Well, I guess, and this is a question for our deputy city clerk here too, but what I'm thinking might be the way we move forward is last month you did make a motion on not banking the amount.
Right.
You proposed another project, and that's why we're having this conversation tonight so that we can determine, do we include that project, or do we, as the presentation proposed, do we look at doing that as part of a work order as opposed to including it in the potential TDA Article 3 projects? So that's one decision, and my gut feeling, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that because there's an action already taken to not bank the money, if you continue with that decision, then that action's already been taken in a previous meeting. Would that be accurate? Gray area, sorry.
Yeah, because I'm confused because it seems you're asking for a decision from us as to an action on funding, which would inquire in terms of parliamentary procedure, would have to be on the agenda as an action item. And so this kind of workaround is kind of like automatically deferring to May or next month or whatever it is, because we can't do anything right now because it's not on the agenda. So that would be a violation of the requirements of the BPAC. So we can discuss it all we want, but we can't decide anything. Let's put it that way.
Well, maybe here's what I suggest, and everyone can tell me if this works or not. But maybe we have the discussion tonight about your preferences, and we cannot take action, but we can hear your preferences on the projects that are on the list. Which ones are your priorities? Which ones, you would prefer to move forward, including Poplar, and then we put it on the May agenda either way as an action item, And that will be, so you'll for sure see it back in May as an action item, and we will take final action on it then. Does that work?
That would work.
Okay, so tonight we're just gathering your feedback and preferences about that list of projects in the presentation.
So in May, I'm sorry. So basically, in May, these preferences and presentation on the projects would still be an action item in terms of preferences.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is it's a circular argument. It's a moot point in terms of procedure because this is not listed on the agenda as an actionable item. We can discuss all we want. We can't give you our preferences because again, that involves a decision on our part. That is not part of the formal agenda.
You can give us your preferences as feedback tonight. You cannot take action on it. The action that you would take in May is your recommendation to council about which project or projects we move forward for the TDA funding if we do not bank it. So we can have a discussion tonight about the projects in general, and you can give us or not give us your feedback about priorities. Any discussion we have tonight would potentially make the May meeting be more streamlined because we will have already heard your preferences and we can focus on the ones, if you all agree, these are our top 3 or 4, then we can focus our efforts in May about those, knowing what's going to happen with Poplar.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Did we not already rank these projects in a previous meeting in term? No?
No.
No.
We have not.
It was the study
Okay.
issues.
So,
All right.
let's jump back to round robin, or that's the right, the cyclical order of comments. But I just want to ask as chair. So the feedback we give tonight, you're saying it's not an official binding action. It's not a motion. It's just to help guide your prioritization for the material, the slide decks, the information you present to us in May.
Yes.
It doesn't impact the final decision that we make in May. It's just to help guide staff's workload.
Correct. You can completely change your minds and vote for something we didn't even talk about or you prioritized last. You could change your mind in May, but it'll help us to streamline that conversation. And then we take actual motion on that more detailed input.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hapeman, were you done with your questions? You still have your hand up.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I think.
Okay, then we will go to the next person with their hand up, which is Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, so on the previous slide, it seems like the action for tonight would have been to, I'm sorry, maybe, was it 3? Or is it? Yeah, sorry, number 6. We're not able to do this, which is to say, decide bank or not. So we're stuck with last time, which was to not bank. Therefore, the money will be spent. And our plan is just to determine how. And today we're allowed to give some ideas about what we think makes some sense. Okay.
Yeah, so I think tonight we are option 2.
Yeah, we're stuck with it.
Yes.
And then the other question I had, the reason I had initially requested to ask is with respect to this new project of trying to remove these quick build bollards. What was, I remember we had a previous meeting where we decided that they are somewhat obstructive, but was there a major impetus for bringing up this project? And since the BPAC had asked that these quick build bollard type devices be added at the overpass, I'm curious as to why we've decided to reverse that previous decision and attempt to remove the bollards. Assuming you're traveling quickly, yes, but that's the point, is that they make you slow down.
If we're speaking, we need to have the microphone on, but let's not speak out of order.
They're a hazard if you have panniers on your bike.
So the clearance of the bollard is too narrow to allow a bike, an extra wide bike, let's say, to pass through.
I can safely attest that I have knocked them down several times and had to go back and pick them up.
Okay, thank you.
We have a hand from Commissioner Dave.
Yes, I'd like staff's suggestion to relocate them because by the time you reach that barrier, you're already going fast. It doesn't prevent you from going fast. It just aggravates the result of going fast. So I like that suggestion, and that's my clarification.
All right, we have no more hands and thus no more questions from the commission. We will go to the public. Oh, okay. The time is 22:08. I will go ahead and open the public hearing on this specific item. Members of the public wishing to address the commission, please submit a speaker card to the staff liaison. Use the raise hand feature now or dial *9 on a telephone to indicate you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, then the staff liaison will ask remote participants to unmute when it is their turn to address the commission. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. We have Daniel Karpilovich.
Hi. So obviously with the knowledge that this is basically a study issue today and not actually being actioned, but I just wanted to also provide my feedback on the newly added project. As someone who lives in North Sunnyvale, north of 101, I go over this bridge almost every week at least. These bollards are yeah, they're great. They're not great. Even with my pretty normal handlebars, I'm always afraid of hitting them, and between the overgrowth on the fences, it kind of narrows it even more. Even going through it at a fairly slow, reasonable rate, it's not comfortable for a less experienced cyclist. If you hit one of those with your hand, that could cause a crash pretty easily. Also, just what's this American tendency of putting stop signs and everything? This is not a stop sign. I'm pretty sure it's not MUTCD compliant stop signs. It should be a slow down if you really want it. It could be just a post. But maybe, I don't know, don't arrest me, but I have never stopped and put my foot down at one of these because that is silly and ridiculous. So yeah, we need to stop putting stop signs everywhere. Every intersection should be yields, even for cars, honestly. There's 0 stop signs in the whole city of Paris. So maybe that's not quite related to this topic, but yeah, this should be removed. It seems like a quick thing. I don't even know why it's up for any budget. I feel like it's just, one guy with some sort of power tool to remove those. The other thing I wanted to hopefully you guys prioritize as well is the Evelyn Trail. I know there's complications with the 2 Caltrain crossings that are being put in, but Evelyn is not a very comfortable road to bike on. And I have I go to Mountain View quite often, and it's not the best place to be. Obviously. You could just take Caltrain, but I'm cheap. I also like riding my bike. So I really hope that could get kind of prioritized, hopefully in the next couple of years. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Staff liaison, do we have any remote participants wishing to speak on this item?
We do not, Chair.
Okay, I will go ahead and close the public hearing at 22:11. I want to ask for discussion from my colleagues. Before we get into discussion, I should have asked this in the question section, but could you remind me of what the improvements on the Evelyn Trail are? Because that project's already funded through other means, right? So what was the TDA funding going to be used for that project?
So we received some funding from the California State Parks and Rec Department. There was a grant that helps us get that designed and built. It is in design right now. It will include basically shifting the vehicular lanes to the south and shifting the bicycle lanes and creating a multi-use trail on the north side. It will be protected and buffered for the majority of the way, as much as is feasible from circulation perspective allows, and adding access and adding some rectangular rapid flashing beacons. I was told by my partner last night that I speak in too many acronyms, so I'm trying to avoid that. It includes adding some rectangular rapid flashing beacons and also some signal modifications at some of the major intersections like Bernardo and Mary. But basically, it will create a multi-use trail strictly for bikes and pedestrians on the north side. And the reason we chose the north side is because it runs parallel to the Caltrain tracks. You have virtually no driveways. You have the intersections that go through, but it's a lot less conflict points. So the additions that are proposed with this TDA funding idea here would help us to further enhance some of those protected features. It will also help us potentially include some landscaping in those areas where possible, some green infrastructure that the runoff will go into the plants and the plants will clean the water before it goes into the groundwater. Looking at extra amenities that we might not otherwise be able to include, some kind of, to make it a nicer facility than the minimum. So this is really our attempt to boost the existing budget that we have. We can do it. We've got the money to design and construct it, but this extra money we feel strongly would really help us make this a really nice facility that will help connect Sunnyvale and Mountain View. And then ultimately Mountain View has a project to connect from Bernardo all the way into their downtown. So that's the ultimate goal of Evelyn for both cities. And they're working in the planning stages now. So long answer for a short question.
Yeah, that was very helpful. So make sure I understand correctly. The funding from TDA would be bonus auxiliary money that's not vital to complete the project, but it would be improving so they would, you said like drainage and landscaping.
It would really help us enhance the protected bike lane aspects. It would also help us enhance some of the I don't want to say ADA improvements because we are required to do ADA, but to do above what the minimums are on those. So it's really to help us do above and beyond what the minimums are.
Could you explain what like enhancing the protectedness means? Like what does that entail? What does enhancement mean?
So for example, using quick build methods is on our current scope. Using flexible bollards, using, things that maybe are not as, I don't want to say beautiful, but maybe are not always taken as aesthetically pleasing by some members of the community, and really trying to look at other ways that we can enhance those things in ways that are more amenable, like planter boxes with some native plants that are drought resistant, whereas now on our current budget, we have to do quick builds, because it gets us there, but it maybe isn't as aesthetic or as desirable as maybe we would like to do.
Okay, thank you. That was very helpful. Now I'll go back to the rest of the commission for the discussion. Commissioner Melman.
Yeah, so if we're talking about project rankings, I think the two big ones that I like are number 6, which is homestead conversion to a full-time, partial to full-time, and the Evelyn Avenue bike multi-use trail, as well as number 2. So, I mean, ranking those in order, I would say 6, 3, 2 in terms of my preferences, if we're looking at recommendations. You okay? Okay, that's all right. Recovery. So, discuss.
Okay. Commissioner Hickman.
Still confused. Why on your chart here, or the table here you have, and you say it's eligible for TDA funding, but you recommend no. If you took that $190,000 away that we're talking about right now, then there certainly won't be enough money to build the sidewalk. Isn't that right? We're a little bit short if you add up everything, including the 190 that we're talking about now, but you're recommending no on it.
We're recommending no because we're very hopeful we will get the HIP funding. And so we're thinking that we won't need to move forward with the TDA money for that. If that HIP money wasn't in play, then yes, we would recommend that.
Well, you mean that money could be a large enough amount that it could make up the difference on the project without the 190,000?
Without the 811,000. We have asked for the HIP funding to fully fund the Poplar Sidewalks project so that we don't have to use any TDA funding for it.
Oh, so you mean they would fund the whole 811,000?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay, now I understand.
Well, no, we would keep the 811 and use the 890 that HIP is giving, because 890 is the cost of doing this, but the saved money in the bank is 811. And that's the money that's not quite enough.
Yeah.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
basically, it's a whole other funding source, and we would have be able to reallocate this TDA funding to something else. And they're asking us to recommend what we want to look at in May, so that we can actually vote on it in May at that time.
So in other words, that we could use all of the 811,000 on other projects.
Correct. That is correct.
So for clarification, this also means that we banked the funds for 4 years instead of using them. And now we don't want to use the banked funds for this project.
True, but now we have money for other things.
Yeah. So we should have been spending the money all along. We don't have it yet, but we're hopeful. And so, yeah, that goes with the comments that I gave at the last meeting. Is like, this money should really be used for small projects as we go and not trying to bank for a big project. Especially in light of the news that we have found potentially a funding source for the full project that wouldn't use these funds at all. Okay, Commissioner Wilson?
Yeah, I did have a question. If we could go back to, I think slide 6 has the table. No, 5, sorry, 5 has your nice table of the recommendations. I was also curious about how the part-time bike lanes preferred by Commissioner Mailman also has a no on its recommendation level. Could staff share a little about that? Did not until maybe just today, I guess.
We still don't have the money today. We might potentially have the money. So the recommendation is no because of funding allocations that were allocated towards Poplar. And we banked for Poplar. But now we have the opportunity, not in our hands yet, but the potential that we might have all that money available for other things.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, thank you. I just remember we had talked extensively.
Yeah,
about
so the
this.
recommendations were no because of
Right.
funding requirements, not because the staff didn't want to do it.
Right.
So, okay.
Okay, Commissioner Dave? That was the end of your question, your comment. Okay, Commissioner Dave?
Pardon my exhaustion, but what are we doing tonight? Because I feel like we're gambling. And I'd rather we avoid gambling. Can we do that? Thank you.
So tonight, we're not doing anything. So any gambling per se would be at the next meeting when we actually do the motion. But I want to follow up on that. It's like, will we know by the next meeting if we have the HIP funding?
Yes, the MTC board meeting where that funding decision will be made, we've been told, is April 23rd.
Okay, so there will be no unknowns. Everything will be known by the time we need to make a motion.
That is what we've been told by MTC, yes.
Okay, sounds good. And then I wanted to add another question with that funding. If we get the funding, if MTC approves it, when will construction start for the Poplar Avenue project?
I can't give you a definitive answer on that because we have to find out, once we're awarded the money, that we don't get the check the next day. There are a number of agreements that have to go in place. And then they usually have to bring those agreements to their board. I don't know if they need to in this case or not, but we definitely have to bring it to our council for acceptance of the money. And there's, legal reviews on both sides and some negotiations that happen that usually are are unaffiliated with the project scope itself and the dollar amount. It's just technical legal requirements. So I don't know, Lillian, if you have any idea of if they've given you any indication when that money would be?
No, not yet. And I just wanted to also emphasize that currently staff is working with a consultant to develop the design, the final design for this project. So I believe we are going to be done with the design aspect of it sometime this summer.
So it seems very unlikely that construction starts this summer.
Correct,
And
yeah.
because it's the school area, I feel like I remember hearing it had to be done when school is not in session.
It doesn't have to be, but we were aiming for school because that is the best construction period because of the nicer weather, but also because then we don't, I'm sure anyone who's ever driven near there during pickup or drop off time knows there are so many kids that walk and bike to and from Peterson. And so we would prefer to avoid that because construction zones are, confusing. So that would be our goal. But then I think that we could definitely easily hit next summer. So not 2025, but 2026 summer construction season. And depending on weather, we might be able to start earlier.
Okay, and the start of the project is limited more with the design than with the source of the funding, is what you're saying.
It will be both.
It'll be both,
But-
yeah. I think they'll probably align pretty well, that we'll have our agreements in place right about the time they're done with design, so I think it'll work out fine.
Okay, and then if funding is delayed or doesn't come, well, so we have the funding that's through TDA. We have the potential funding through TDA or the potential funding through HAP. If we assume for a second that council wants to fund this no matter what, if HAP falls through, they want to use TDA funding, or or they use the HAP funding. Is it theoretically possible, if council wants, that they could start spending the money before they get it, knowing that they're going to allocate it? I'm wondering, instead of waiting for funding, they could start using the budget, and then once it arrives, they start. I don't know how this works.
Because this is for construction, we cannot award a construction contract without having the full construction budget in place. And I think that would be a high risk that the city wouldn't be interested in entertaining.
Also want to add that we don't know exactly what the funding agreement would be for the housing incentive pool funding, but then for TDA Article 3, it is a reimbursement base. So we cannot use the money before we actually have the contract in place and everything.
Okay,
City government can't spend what it doesn't have, so it's
Well-
not like a credit card.
The city government does have the money. I mean, we have money around, but
Legally, it has
yeah,
to allocate it.
I get it. Okay. And then for the construction, obviously design is not complete, and this is just for my sake of understanding with the timelines and stuff. This is a project that's the construction's gonna take months, right? It's gonna be a long process, or
That, I think that this is not the team to have that
Okay.
answer, but we can certainly get that answer, what the construction timeline is expected to be. They do that estimation as part of the design process, and we can bring that back in May.
okay, yeah, I'm not looking for a detailed answer. I was just
Yeah.
kind of curious.
My
if it's
gut
gonna be
feel
weeks,
is-
months, a year.
My gut feel is probably 3 months-ish ballpark.
Okay, sounds good. That is the end of what I have to say. Commissioner Haefman?
Thanks, yeah. So what happens if this big funding source doesn't come in and we don't bank the $190,000 and we got to spend it, right?
So we will know in May whether this funding source is coming to Poplar or not. At that time, I believe we can still choose to bank. Is that correct, Lillian? Could we still choose to bank in May?
The deadline to choose the bank, I believe, is end of May.
So we would still have the opportunity then in May for you to take action to
To
bank
bank
the
it.
money, to recommend banking the money.
Well, we're not taking the action. If I can interject here, we're recommending council to take the action.
Correct.
Yeah,
And if we're voting in May, when are they voting?
but,
Fair point. Yeah.
yeah, now,
Um,
okay, let's say that funding source doesn't happen. Is there enough additional money somewhere else that you're looking at that would make up the difference so that the Poplar Sidewalk project could get completed? Because if this funding this year is taken away from that project, it's going to be several more years again before it's built. And we really, last year, there seemed to be the momentum that they were going to get the design done and they were going to build it this summer. Now I'm finding out, I'm learning tonight, that's another year delay at least. And if that $190,000 isn't applied to it, then we're gonna, who knows when it'll get built.
Staff's plan B for getting Poplar done on this same timeline is asking council to fund that gap as part of the budget process, as a budget modification.
And so is that also being worked on?
I'm sorry, is that, I didn't catch the last.
Putting together whatever you have to put together to get council to budget the difference?
We're already working on that request right now as well as our plan B. Yes.
Okay, so that's your plan B. Plan A is to get this big source of funding.
Yes.
And tonight we're looking at, okay, your plan A or plan B, the money is going to be used on that sidewalk.
Yes, for construction next summer.
Okay. And so if the funding does come through, then the 190,000, oh, well, no, I guess we have the whole amount that would free up.
Yes.
That could go into one of these other projects, one or more of these other projects.
Yes.
Okay, so with that in mind, I mean, I think we can eliminate 5 and 6. 1, we've talked to death, so now we got 2, 3, and 4, which is basically, oh yeah, I'm sorry, 6 we can't eliminate, that's the Homestead Road. Now, why don't you recommend that one?
I asked about that earlier. I think it was the funding question.
Yes.
That the HIP funding is a new development. And as a result, they didn't want to, prior to that, they didn't want to spend that money on this rather than something else. So now that the HIP is there for the Poplar, now there's enough money that you can consider the slurry seal.
Yeah, essentially, the staff recommended use of TDA Article 3 funding reflects staff's current recommendation for where that money should be used. Not that we don't recommend the project, just that for the use of this funding, this is our recommendation.
But if we could fund the 60,000, then that would enable them to complete the bike lanes.
Yes.
When they do their slurry seal.
Yes.
On Homestead. That's really important. And if we don't put that, I mean, if council doesn't pick that as a project, then the bike lane's going to get delayed too, right? Or is that that $60,000 can come from somewhere else?
We are not deciding the allocations tonight. We're just deciding
Priorities.
what priorities, right? What our recommendation are.
You're out of order. You're interrupting without raising your hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
so what I want to know is how we prioritize here tonight. And I'm assuming that if of this big chunk of money, if it were to free up, it would make sense to put the 60,000 so that Homestead could be completed. Is that correct?
If we did put the money towards that, then yes, it would help get the project completed.
Okay. All right, so we're really looking at 2, 3, 4. I think the pork chops we've all agreed is not of interest at this point.
If I may, Commissioner Haveman.
I mean, we've talked about it multiple times. So,
If I may, Commissioner Haveman, tonight's discussion is not for prioritizing these projects. It's really for the commissioners to provide their preferences.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay, just making
Just-
sure we're not
Our preference.
individual preferences, not the commission as a whole.
Just
So
so
you are providing your preferences as a commissioner.
as an individual. Okay.
Correct.
Great, and I'll do that and then I'll get offline. Okay, so I would pick number 6 first. And number 2 second. And whatever's left over gets applied to the Evelyn Trail.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Bonet.
Thank you. We may not be gambling, but we certainly seem to appear to be attempting to read the tea leaves or discern which way the political winds are blowing or look for omens. I would urge my commissions to focus on the questions that we've been asked to answer here. Otherwise, we're dancing around these topics yet again with neither music nor dancing partner. So to cut it short, my preferences are in order: 6, 5, and 3. 6, 3, and 2.
All right, thank you. And okay, no more hands. I will also give my preferences are 6 and 3, and then 2 and 4. I'm just a fan of the curb extensions. The other improvements I think are less important, but I will. My alignment there is that curb extensions are good, and I would love to see the city investigate finding funding sources for those. But the 6 and 3, I think, are at the most important. Obviously, 1 would be the most important priority if it doesn't get the HIP funding, but we're making the assumption that it will get the funding. All right, Commissioner Golakota.
Thank you, Chair Begum. My preferences are to go with 1, 2, 3, and 5. Thank you.
If I could ask, what is your interest in 5 about? Like, I mean, I'm curious where you see the priority with that.
I'm sorry?
I'm just curious. You said 1, 2, 3, 5, right?
Yeah.
I'm curious why what the value you have is with 5 above, like, say, 6 or 4. I'm just curious your rationale with that. Because in the past, I think the commission has found 5 to be of lower value. So if you have a reason for it to be one of the more valuable ones, I'm just curious what your thoughts are on that.
It's closer to downtown, and I feel that it is important to address
Okay.
these first. Thank you.
Okay. And no more raised hands. So we are done with this discussion. We already did public comment, I believe, for this item, right? That was just discussion. Right. No motion. And then, so non-agenda items and comments.
Point of order, weren't we asked to respond with our opinions on whether to bank or not to bank? I thought that was the first slide. That's what you wanted from us tonight.
Yes.
Agenda.
Yes, so we determined that since it wasn't specifically listed as an action on the agenda, that you cannot take action on that. But because you already took action on it last month, that action will hold. And that action was to not bank.
So you could theoretically give your opinion on banking versus not banking, but
Yes.
it serves there's going to be no change made for it, and it serves no value to staff at this time because that decision's already been made, and we're going to be remaking that decision in the next meeting, so. All right, okay. Next order of business is non-agenda items and comments. Are there any non-agenda items or comments from the commission? Okay, no comments. Staff, do you have any non-agenda items or comments?
Oh, yes, we have a couple announcement for tonight. So first announcement, so we have upcoming Earth Day Festival on April 5th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. And the event will be hosted at our City Hall here. And then during the event, so our project team for East Channel Trail Study will be on site. But additionally, so we will have the bike rodeo hosted by our Safe Route to School coordinator during the event as well. So secondly, so this we have a couple announcement for the survey. So for the survey for the Matilda Bike Lane study is still ongoing and will be closed this upcoming Monday, March 24. And the survey for Hollenbeck, as Eric had mentioned earlier, is still going and it will be closed on March 31st. Lastly, for the survey for the East Channel Trail Study is still going and will be closed on Saturday, May 31st of this month. So we encourage everyone to take some time to fill out the survey if you haven't done so. And then we really appreciate your time, effort for filling out the survey. And with that said, it concludes the staff announcement for tonight.
Thank you. Oh, do you have a non-agenda item comment?
I just have a question for staff regarding that. Where are the surveys located for the East Bay? Are they on the?
Yeah, it will be on our webpage also as well. If you go to city webpage and then you search for transportation project, and then under transportation project, there will be East Channel Trail Study.
Okay, thank you for that.
Just a quick clarification to that. So the Matilda and Hollenbeck projects are listed on the Transportation Projects webpage, but I believe East Channel Trail Study has its own webpage. So if you search for East Channel or East Channel Trail, it should come up and there's a survey link on there.
Oh, okay. Could there also be a link placed to that on the transportation page, possibly? I mean, because it seemed logical.
Typically, the projects that we list on the transportation projects page are shorter duration and smaller in size and scope, whereas the larger projects, for example, East Channel Trail, Caltrine grade separations that are much larger projects get their own page. So that's the only differentiation. But if you know which survey you're looking for, you type in that Matilda, the search function will direct you to the right place.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
I will comment that my go-to method of finding the projects is to go to that transportation page and then realize something's not there and have to go find it by searching elsewhere. So even if it doesn't get information on that page, it would be nice to have bullet point links. Just, hey, you're here because you're looking for something. Go here instead. It would be nice. All right, thank you. Okay, done with non-agenda items and comments.
Can I
we
add?
have informational only items. Information only items. If any commissioner has a comment on this, raise your hand, but otherwise they will not be brought up. And also, if anybody's wondering, there was no VTA presentation tonight because the VTA meeting was canceled or just was not scheduled at all. But
due to the ongoing work action, that it was canceled due to personnel issues.
Okay, thank you. And with Commissioner Hickman.
Yeah, I just wanted to put out my once again request. I do it every month now. When are we going to get the Class 3B presentation on what a 3B bike lane means? We've had it on our active list now for over a year.
I will look into that. I'm not the one that was intending to give that presentation, but I will follow up with that person, that staff person, and see when we may be able to schedule that in conjunction with your other work plan agenda items to make it fit.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, if that person is unable to do that presentation in the near future, do we have a fallback option?
I think you're looking at her.
Okay, thank you. All right, and with that, no more hands. The meeting is adjourned at, what time is it? My clock, 22:42. Oh, and I want to thank everyone for your participation.